Oh, good evening, everyone. Sego ani buju ndio wacheya kwekwe. As the mayor of the city of Kingston, I offer these words in the spirit of this gathering. Let us bring our good minds and hearts together as one to honor and celebrate these traditional lands as a gathering place of the original peoples and their ancestors who were entrusted to care for Mother Earth since time immemorial. It is with deep humility that we acknowledge and offer our gratitude for their contributions to this community, having respect for all as we share this space now and walk side by side into the future. So we were just meeting in Committee of the Whole closed meeting. We did discuss several items with respect to an OLT appeal for 51 Alwington Avenue, another OLT appeal for 4085, 4091, and 4097 Bath Road, and also a discussion on collective bargaining with QP Local 109. So I will ask for a motion to rise without reporting, please.
Moved by Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor Chinani, that Council rise from the Committee of the Whole closed meeting without reporting.
All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Okay, next we have the approval of the addeds. We do have an additional report from the Environment, Infrastructure, and Transportation Policies Committee, and then a number of communications. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the addeds, please? Moved by Councillor Tozo, seconded by Councillor Chinani. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Okay, are there any disclosures of potential pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none, we will move on. We have no presentations this evening, but we do have some delegations. So, we have 3 delegations that are listed in our agenda this evening. So our procedural rules allow for 3 delegations that can speak up to 5 minutes. But I am aware that there may be some additional delegations that want to be added. So before we get to that, I just wanted to get a sense of volume. So if you are planning to add an additional delegation, can you just raise your hand and tell me how many? Councillor Tozo? Councillor Osterhoff? 9. Councillor Sanek? 9. Okay, so given the fact that we are adding well over 20 additional delegations, we have done this before. I'm going to suggest that all additional delegations be limited to 3 minutes so that we have time for debate and discussion on the items on our agenda. Okay, so just note that. So what we're going to do first is we will work through our first 3 delegations. Then we will move through the process of adding additional delegations, keeping in mind additional delegations will be limited to 3 minutes. Okay, so with that, I will first invite Ruth McSween, who will appear before Council to speak to Clause 2 of Report Number 58 from the Kingston Heritage Properties Committee with respect to Notice of Intention to Designate under the Ontario Heritage Act. So I will invite Ms. McSween. Yeah, please come up. There's a podium here. You can come up here. Just a reminder, you have up to 5 minutes, and then I will open up the floor to any questions from Council.
Good evening, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to address you this evening. I'm asking Wise Council to exercise its discretion and to not accept the recommendation from the Heritage Properties Committee to designate 163 Brock Street as a heritage property. I accept that my building ticks enough of the relevant boxes to warrant its inclusion as a heritage property. However, my request to you this evening is that you look not only at whether the building qualifies, but whether the building should be designated. In doing so, I suggest that you also consider how the building is currently used and its benefit to the constituents and the public, and whether the additional responsibilities that come with owning a heritage building should be imposed on a busy, committed community physician. Now, I deliberately avoided purchasing a heritage building when I set up my medical practice because of the additional compliance requirements I knew that would entail. I chose 163 Brock Street for my patients and for your constituents because it was located close to the Hotel Du at a time when I was the only dermatologist in Kingston. because it was close to public transportation links that many of my patients used to get to me, because it was central for the students and close to car parks. 163 Brock Street is primarily a medical building, purchased because of its location and its accessibility, and purchased because it was not designated. This allowed building modifications so that it was fully barrier-free and accessible so that it met codes for a medical building. It's got a poured concrete ramp outside with railings to allow those on walkers or with kids in strollers to get for their medical care. A future practitioner will look for the same flexibility. Designation will make the building a most unlikely choice for any physician going forward, and will certainly influence my own decision re ongoing practice there. I'm very sympathetic to the desire of this council and the citizens of this town to preserve the character and history of Kingston's buildings. I regard myself as a very responsible custodian of my own building. I bought it in 2005 and I've operated my medical practice there ever since. Over the years, I've spent thousands of dollars maintaining it to a high standard and the facilities that it contains. I've recently engaged masons to do foundation works, work on the red brick damaged by the city's salt, and essential chimney repairs. I've taken immaculate care of this building. From my discussions with my own councillor and city staff, I understand that one of the concerns is that there may come a time when I no longer own the building and that a new owner may have a different attitude to its preservation. My hope when the time comes is to pass this building on to another medical practitioner because it lends itself well to that purpose for all the reasons I've already given. We are not in a time of physician surplus. Just last Friday, I read in the Whig Standard that a city-funded recruitment effort had added an additional 8 family physicians to the area, and I really commend the city's commitment to improving the availability of good health care in this city. I look forward to working with all 8 of them. I did, however, note that each of them had to be financially incentivized to come here. Creating an environment in which physicians can thrive is vital, not just to recruitment, but to retention. Many physicians feel beleaguered. They're weighed down by increasing demands placed on us by regulators, OHIP, and the government. Most of us are not on salary, we don't have a city or government pension for our years of work, and we're required to produce our own version of that and our own medical premises in which to provide medical services. It feels to me like no consideration has been given to this building's current purpose and to the personal burden that a heritage designation with compliance responsibility and inevitable additional form filling, meeting specifications, time and expense that it will all entail. Such is the healthcare system in Ontario that I already carry all the work of serving the public attending my clinic, everything from the building to the staff to the stitches I use taking off skin cancers. Adding the care of a designated building to my plate is one step too far.
30 seconds.
What does dealing with a heritage building have to do with my provision of medical care? I will not be here forever. I am hoping not to be taken out in a wooden box like my previous physician predecessor, but I am here now doing my best to look after you and your constituents' dermatological care. I've taken immaculate care of the building, and I firmly ask that you not impose the care of a heritage building onto this busy physician. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, our next delegation this evening will invite David Hatt to appear before council to speak to new motion number 1 with respect to the purchase of 309 Queen Mary Road for Family Medicine and Diagnostic Centre.
Good evening, Mayor Patterson, councillors, and members of the public. My family and I are without a family doctor, just like my fellow 38,000 Kingstonians. That number is expected to rise to 53,000 by 2026, according to the Ontario College of Family Physicians. That would bring us close to 40% of our population by 2026 that does not have a family doctor. Let me repeat that. 40%. My wife and I started KingstonFamilyDoctorsNow.org because we were speaking with fellow Kingstonians, and we could feel the suffering and fear of those without a doctor but also those in fear of losing their doctor. We ask ourselves, if we don't do anything, who will? We wanted to provide a solution to give residents of Kingston hope that the city could step up and be innovative and visionary, not only to attract but retain family doctors. This is a health crisis. The location at 309 Queen Mary Road is a perfect building to convert to a family physician clinic at no cost to the taxpayer and no regular city budget line item. This is the city's highest and best use for this property. I'd like to read some of the comments from our petition online. I have been without a family doctor for 6 years. My partner had a stroke 2 years ago, and we have no family doctor. We are on Healthcare Connect, and we are in our late 60s, and we are desperate. Another one states, I was one of those lined up on Montreal Street, standing in the rain at 4 a.m., only to be 20 people shy of getting a doctor. It's as close to being a refugee as I ever want to be. I have been on the Healthcare Connect list since 2018, waiting for a family doctor. I relocated in 2018 and was turned away by every doctor in Kingston, Belleville, and Napanee. This is too long to go without access to a family doctor. I am 4 years without a doctor. I'm on the Healthcare Connect list, but cannot roster at CDK because of the boundary issues. I have no family doctor. Being deaf and have a lack of an interpreter access to walk-in settings is not reasonable. I've waited 9 years for a family doctor since I moved here to take care of my parents. Our daughter has been on the Healthcare Connect for 8 years, and they have told her they don't see any hope long-term. We have moved to Kingston now, and we have to drive 4 hours to get to our own doctor. As seniors, we can't keep that up. I've been on the Healthcare Connect list for 4 years, and I am still not with a family doctor. I'm in my 70s, and I'm afraid at my age, if I get sick, what will I do? I lost my doctor a year ago, and I am terrified. No family doctor in Kingston since I moved here. Our family doctor retired 2 years ago. We need a doctor. I am a military veteran and retired from the military back in 2013. As veterans, we all have some medical issues derived from our service. These issues need to be monitored and controlled, which has become difficult due to the lack of family physicians. Last year in May, our family doctor announced that they would be closing their practice along with 5 other family doctors in the same clinic. This action affected significant impact on thousands of families in Kingston area. In the military, we always had doctors, but they're always there to give us, they're available to treat our medical issues and to provide referrals for services within Kingston. We are currently on the wait list for a new doctor, and we have no idea when that would happen. And speaking for myself, as a realtor, along with the 695 other realtors in Kingston, we move families in and out of Kingston every year. It has become an unfortunate reality to say to them, welcome to Kingston. You're going to love it here, but you don't have a family doctor. So I ask that you consider, how can we truly promote Kingston as a great city to move to? As you know, countless military members are posted to Kingston every year.
30 seconds.
Those military members have family doctors, but the spouses and children do not. How can Kingston support our military families if we can't even provide basic health care without going to emergency? In closing, I want to urge City Council to pass our motion and to convert 100% of the building at 309 Queen Mary Road to a one-stop family physician clinic and diagnostic center. Starting up a doctor's clinic cannot be cheap, and I'm sure building acquisition and renovations.
Thank you. I'm going to just cap you there at 5 minutes, but I will open up the floor if there's any other questions from council. Councilor McLaren.
I was wondering if you could finish what you were going to say.
So I'm going to allow that for the first 3 delegations, but I will not allow that question once we get into the additional delegations, just to put everyone on notice. So.
Okay. I am sure building acquisition and renovations would deter many family doctors from starting up a clinic. For the city, as a landlord and the owner of the building, you can offer low or at-cost rent to encourage family doctors to come and practice without the worry of high startup costs. Offer something that has never been offered in Ontario before. Use your property assets to be your strength and provide hope to the residents of Kingston. I thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions from council? Okay, Mr. Hatt, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move to our third delegation. We'll invite Josh Morgan from Welcoming Street Steward for Downtown Kingston BIA to appear before council to speak to clause 2 of report number 56 from the CAO recommend with respect to Welcoming Streets program update and extension.
Hello, I'm Josh Morgan, the Steward of Street Outreach for Welcoming Streets. Welcoming Streets is a collaboration between the Downtown BIA and AMHS and KFLNA. It is also funded in part by the Ontario Homelessness Prevention Program. Welcoming Streets, Welcoming Streets' mission is to build positive and respectful relationships with downtown business owners, residents, and visitors, as well as individuals experiencing homelessness or facing mental health and addiction challenges. Welcoming Streets' vision is to foster a compassionate, inclusive, and supportive environment for everyone in the downtown Kingston community. The purpose is to engage with individuals who may be experiencing homelessness, addiction, or mental health difficulties in a respectful manner and assist them in accessing the resources and support they may need. And also to support property and business owners as well as their staff and customers to cultivate a safe and welcoming and supportive community that considers the complex needs of all those involved. This is our team, and to introduce the team, myself as the lead of Street Outreach, Kimberly Dolan is the part-time Street Outreach Steward, and Miriam Oliver, the AMHS representative Street Outreach Steward as well. Collaboratively between the three of us, we now have coverage for 7 days a week. This stat here shows an overview of the contact types that we've accumulated between August 2023 and April 2024. Of the 1,458 total contacts, 1,261 of them would be considered regular contacts, which are comprised of the 84 unique individuals Welcoming Streets has identified. This chart shows crime stats in the downtown core being compared to the contact stats of Welcoming Streets. As of yet, there's no correlation between the two, and there's no expectation for there to be, as mental health issues do not directly relate to crime. So in the client side of it, a client was connected with Welcoming Streets, leading to a connection with the AMHS Street Outreach nurse for wound care. Additionally, the individual secured transitional housing through local community partners, showcasing the program's effectiveness in addressing immediate health needs and facilitating stable housing solutions. Through Welcoming Streets, another client accessed street health services for income tax completion and counseling support. The individual found housing through with local community partners and has initiated the process to reestablish supervised visitation with their children. Ongoing case management services through KFLNA and AMHS underline the program's ability to provide a holistic support system. This individual has been housed since September 2023. Another holistic support, since July 2023, Welcoming Streets program has significantly impacted the lives of many individuals through its outreach efforts. One individual was supported in replacing all identification documents, reconnected with their family doctor, and connected to AMHS and KFLNA court support. As a result, their legal issues were resolved, and they currently have no involvement in the legal system. This individual gained housing and has been housed since February 2024. They're now in the process for applying for residential treatment and being transferred to AMHS, KFLNA, intensive care management. And positive changes, these examples illustrate how the Welcoming Streets program has facilitated significant positive changes in the lives of individuals through comprehensive support and connections to essential services. In conclusion, the success of Welcoming Streets in downtown Kingston is in the meaningful connections and relationships with individuals facing mental health and addiction issues,
30 seconds.
and in providing education and solutions for businesses and their employees when they have a situation that they need assistance with. Without this program, the only option is to call the police.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions from council? Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Morgan? Okay, so at this point, we'll deal with the additional delegations. As council knows, they have to be voted on individually, so we will do that. So Councillor McLaren, I will start with you.
Thank you, and I believe the clerks have the list of names. Marianne Green?
Okay.
Do you want the whole list, or did you want to just...
No, I
Okay.
think we need to do them vote by vote, so we will do them first. So first up, we have Marianne Green. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
Renata Sobesic?
Okay, next is Renata Sobiesiak. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
Next is Jennifer Osman Hatt and Christopher Hatt.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
Lynn McCarthy.
All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
Tony Griffin.
All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
Doug Bragdon.
All those in favor? Doug Brigden. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
Perry Dennis.
All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
Val Westgate and John Price.
All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
Alan Tugwood and Mary Thomas.
All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Okay, Councillor Ostroff?
Sorry, I bring the name Crystal Elmy to the table.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Councillor Sanek?
Mayor Patterson, Darlene Thompson.
All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
Ryan Wilkinson.
All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
Bernie Doust.
All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
Catherine Galt.
All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
Dagmar Freewillig.
All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
Bev Burns.
All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
Davina Bernard.
All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
Deb Finkel.
All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
And Tim Segru.
those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Okay, and then Councillor Tozo?
Thank you, Mayor Patterson. I have got two people to add, or two delegations to add. First is Gavin Anderson, Joan Jern, Matthew Goodwinter from the Kingston and District Labour Council.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
And secondly, I've got Lori McLaren to speak to council. New motion 1. It's popular tonight.
All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Okay. So we have 21 additional delegations to move through. As I mentioned, everyone will have up to 3 minutes, and I will give you a 30-second warning. So the only thing I would suggest is to please, if somebody has shared a piece of information before, try to share something different, but 3 minutes still should be lots of time for you to be able to share what you want with council. And then obviously there is an opportunity for questions as well. So with that, I will move to delegation number 4. At this point, I will invite Marianne Green to speak to council respecting new motion 1.
Hi, my name is Marianne Green. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and in particular, emphasizing the importance of utilizing all registered providers in our region. I am a nurse practitioner and the founder of the Green Nurse Practitioner Clinic. The city did come forward years ago with an interest in supporting the health needs of our community. In 2007, Stats Canada reported approximately 20,000 people in Kingston without a GP. In 2008, the city confirmed $1.8 million invested for family physician recruitment efforts. Then in 2020, there was approximately 29,000 people reported as not having a GP. The city decided to invest another $2 million for physician recruitment efforts. Today, there are approximately 38,000 people without a GP. In May 2024, the City of Kingston announced another $1 million top-up for family physician recruitments. However, despite multi-millions of tax dollars being given to physicians, the projected number of patients without a licensed GP is projected at 53,000 by 2026, over 1/3 of our population. As a taxpayer, I see this trend as worrisome. The more money the City of Kingston pays, the worse the situation seems to get. Council's current model of handing over $100,000 to any doctor to get them to come here is ripe for abuse. I was married to a doctor once. I remember helping him write a grant application, detailing how much of the funds would be for salary and it needed to support the home, pay the bills, etc. He was granted $250,000, and you should have seen the BMW he bought. Weekly car detailing, $300 a month for his special parking space. Not a dime went to the mortgage. Not a dime to feed or clothe the children. I had to start picking up night shifts because the City of Kingston threatened to shut off the water and power to my home. Now, don't get me wrong. There are many, hundreds of good doctors that will do right when gifted taxpayer money. But council, you are foolish to blindly trust anyone with millions of taxpayer dollars. By shifting the healthcare incentive money into infrastructure and real estate, at least the people know exactly where their tax dollars are going. NPs will be able to reduce membership fees that we'd rather not have.
30 seconds.
MDs will have less overhead. There must be accountability, transparency, for every dollar spent. There are several ways in which the City of Kingston can support this mission. Council is suggesting with their motion to be a landlord. If such an agreement would save my customers hundreds of dollars, then this is an offer that I must strongly consider. Thank you for this time to speak today.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor McLaren.
Hi, could you explain how a nurse-led practitioner clinic could be a benefit to Kingstonians?
Thank you. I am very grateful that for the first time, the city is considering utilizing NPs in independent provider models, including this potential new super clinic. NPs are an integral healthcare team members that are licensed to provide autonomous healthcare, assess, diagnose, prescribe, and treat many healthcare conditions. There are currently no independent NP clinics in Kingston and the area to register patients. We have a unique opportunity here to implement an NP clinic that will take on thousands of new patients. It is important to note that while our government and the NPAO are negotiating the public funding models for NPs, we have a unique opportunity to redesign how we deliver healthcare. From lower provider to patient ratios to registering as a patient to the clinic rather than a provider, meaning if an NP moves or takes another job, the patient remains a client to the clinic and is the responsibility of the clinic, not the patient, to find another provider. To online appointment booking, improved provider-patient communication. This isn't just about enabling NPs to work independently with their own list of patients. It's about recognizing the existing problems in the current system, all the reasons MDs are leaving family medicine and moving towards an improved healthcare system.
Okay, if there were no other questions, thank you very much. So with that, we'll move to our next delegation. We will invite Renata Sobisiak to speak to council.
Good evening, Mayor Patterson and council members. I'm here this evening requesting your support for Councillor McLaren's motion to convert the entirety of 309 Queen Mary Road into a family medicine and diagnostic clinic. With your support, this medically designed facility will increase accessibility and treatment and benefit the health of tens of thousands of your constituents. Family doctors are the foundation of the healthcare system. Continued access to primary care is the cornerstone of our community's well-being, and ensuring patients receive this care in an appropriate setting minimizes pressures on our overburdened emergency departments. The importance of having a family physician can drastically alter the trajectory of someone's life. Early medical intervention can help to stop the growing statistics of people winding up in dire situations, easing requirements for other social programs. 38 of Kingston's family doctors are set to retire within 10 years. That number doesn't include the doctors who are simply burned out and leaving their practices. Medical school graduates choosing family medicine have been steadily declining for almost a decade. Graduates have tens of thousands of dollars in student debt, and working in a community-based specialty doesn't come with the same support as working in a hospital setting with a team of health professionals and admin supports. Family doctors must also consider leases, hiring, employment laws, taxes, and huge administrative loads. It's not hard to understand why we have a crisis. Mayor Patterson, in January, you said something that I found extremely profound. I was going to play a video, but I'm going to skip it. You alluded to the fact that communities are upping the ante against each other in recruiting family physicians. You said that spending more and more money for less and less was absolute madness. There's got to be a much better way to address this issue than just the standard program and efforts that we have used in the past. I agree with that summation 100%, Mr. Mayor. This new motion offers Kingston an opportunity to embark on a new innovative path of attracting family physicians by offering a plug-and-play, ready-made space in a medical building with administrative, IT, and HR supports built in. We must prove that coming here is a value-added proposition for young doctors and market 309 Queen Mary Road to foster excitement about locating a practice here in our beautiful city. This new approach would enable physicians to focus their time looking after patients.
30 seconds.
This unique approach can easily be upscaled, duplicated, and allows the city to take concrete steps to end a crisis. Over 50,000 residents will not have a family physician in 18 short months. So while other cities continue floundering, throwing more money at solutions that aren't working, let's put Kingston on the map by taking a bold and innovative step today. I ask council members to listen to the desperate cries of tens of thousands of their own constituents. Vote yes for this motion and make a choice to ensure our community's healthcare needs are met now and into the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Are there any questions for the delegation? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Moving on, we'll move to our next delegation. We will invite Jennifer Osmond Hatt and Christopher Hatt to speak to council.
We're supposed to have some pictures, okay. Good evening, Mayor Patterson and members of council. I'm here tonight as a concerned citizen and mother. My husband and I started this online petition to speak for those in our city without a family physician. I want to share our personal family story with you. Our youngest son, who is here, is now 17 with a rare heart condition. He is with us today because we had access to a family doctor. We moved to Kingston when I was 6 months pregnant. I was informed when we moved that it would be difficult to find a family physician. Luckily, my sister-in-law was able to get us in with her physician at the time. We have both since lost our family doctor in Kingston. It was difficult to get a doctor 17 years ago. Now it is impossible with no foreseeable end to having access to a family physician. At my ultrasound, the lab technician found the heart abnormality in our son. My doctor was able to get us seen quickly at the hospital by specialists. He called me personally at work to see how I was doing and offer his support, and let us know if there was anything we needed or had questions to contact him. This was extremely comforting at a very stressful time. My son has had 3 open heart surgeries and other procedures, all by his 2nd birthday. Speaking at Sick Kids to other parents, it was apparent that we were fortunate to have found my son's heart defect before he was born. We were able to plan his birth and have a bed waiting for him immediately at Sick Kids right after he was born. Other families were not so lucky and took their children home only to see their infants deteriorate quickly and need hospitalization. Early treatment is essential for this condition. We had no choice. We had the choice of a blind study surgery or a heart transplant. I truly believe my son is here today due to the fact that we had access to a family doctor. We now have also lost our son's cardiologist who is retired. What do we do? Who do we call? I am sure many families are struggling with similar situations to ours, a spouse, a family member, a child with a serious condition with no care available. I spoke with an elderly gentleman while canvassing. He did not have a family doctor, but his wife now has one. She is in palliative care. This is just one of the many stories we are hearing. With Kingston's high proportion of residents choosing to retire here, how can the city support this vulnerable and elderly population?
30 seconds.
I believe Kingston has a fantastic opportunity to do something new and innovative to lead a way forward, taking care of its citizens. If 30,000 Kingston residents without a physician is not a crisis, what number will constitute one? We must work together to find unique solutions and be a forerunner in giving our citizens access to family medical care. Thank you for your time and attention.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the delegation? Okay, seeing none, thank you both very much. Thank you. Okay, our next delegation is Lynn McCarthy. We'll invite Lynn McCarthy to speak to council with respect to new motion 1.
Mayor Patterson and councillors and public, this is not my comfort zone, but I feel compelled to speak with you today regarding the family doctor shortage and 38,000 residents without a family doctor. My brother is with me today. He has grown up with a disability and despite that worked full-time jobs until 65 years of age and experienced a major medical event and was forced to retire due to ongoing medical issues, then a cancer diagnosis. He has no family doctor. And I'd like to add that he went out with his walker and collected 15 pages, approximately 200 signatures in support of the petition for family doctors and Jeff McLaren's motion. Our mother, sister, is 90 years old with medical issues. She has no family doctor and physically unable to attend a walk-in clinic as is the expectation, and relies on paramedic services and/or emergency room visits, taxing an already overburdened system. Also, my uncle is here today. He has no family doctor, and so far unable to access even routine blood work recommended or required for his medical health. We have 3 people in my family alone with no family doctor. The norm, I suspect, for the 38,000 residents in Kingston. Please, we can do better. You have the ability this evening to vote in favor of Councillor Jeff McLaren's motion and address this community's need for a family medical center. I sincerely hope you do. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak on behalf of those with no family doctor.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the delegation? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to our next delegation. We will invite Tony Griffin to speak to council.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. First off, thank you for listening to us. Councillor Ridge, your frustration and anger with the family doctor shortage is exactly the way we feel. I have a little video of you showing your enthusiasm.
Well, I have not been on council as long as some other members around the horseshoe here have, or city staff. Sounds very familiar to me. In fact, I remember there was a report from city staff in 2019, or a motion that was put forward to get information for a report that then went to a working group, that then went to the MPP at the time, who wrote a really nice speech. I'm biased there, and presented it as a motion to the government to change the classification of Kingston, the islands, from adequately serviced to in need. That was 2020. And so now we have also had to consider the attrition rates with family physicians, the burnout from medical staff. You know, I can just go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And it feels like we do this every meeting, Your Worship, on and on and on and on and on and on and on about issues that are outside of our jurisdiction. Excuse me, I'm a little worked up. Both of these motions this evening, which I support because I do believe that advocacy to other levels of government is important as a municipality, but both of these motions and many of the other motions that are introduced, myself, I'm guilty of that as well, we are constantly trying to fill the cracks in the systems from other levels of government. I am going to be like Councillor Bohm for a moment. Sorry, Ryan. And I am going to I'm so deeply frustrated, not just because of the clear inadequacies in our system based on the Constitution and jurisdictionality hot potato that we constantly play, but also just the effect that it has on people's lives. You know, I know quite a few people who were in those lines that were talking to me, people that were messaging me or asking me, Greg, when should I go? Greg, when should I go? After the first day, I had
30 seconds.
One of my friends was in line at 4 a.m. And he's like, I'm desperate. He was in line all day. He went home and he collapsed from exhaustion. What is this? Like, what is going on here? Like, I'm so angry about this. People are dying, people are left without services, and then those services, the lack of services, cause them to die. Why are we as a municipality continuing to do this? I really hope.
So I'm going to call a 3-minute time at that point, so thank you very much.
Thank you. I cannot do any better than that.
Thank you.
Please vote for this motion.
Are there any questions for the delegation or for Councillor Ridge? Okay. Councillor McLaren, go ahead.
You mentioned that you were extremely frustrated, just like Councillor Ridge. Can you tell us about what happened with your daughter, please?
Like everyone else that's going to be here tonight, my daughter's been on this wait list for 7 years. She just can't seem to get up to the top. She phones every doctor in Kingston every year and tries to find out where she is on the list. So far, she's still waiting, like many of us. You're going to see a lot of people come up here this evening and say the same thing that you are all saying. We need family doctors. How long are we going to have to wait? CAO Hurdle has mentioned in the past that it takes 2 doctors to replace everyone that retires or leaves. We can't keep on going like that. The numbers in front of us within the next 2 years are staggering. You know these figures. We don't have to repeat it over and over. Please vote for something a little different. A family medical clinic at 309 Queen Mary Road is maybe something that we can use to attract doctors to this area. We need them, you know it. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to our next delegation. We'll invite Doug Bridgeton to speak to council.
Evening, Mayor. Hello to our council. My name is Doug Bridgen, and my wife's name is Edith Alice Bridgen. We were both born in Kingston. We worked here all our lives. We are in our 80s, and we purchased a nice condo on Queen Mary Road in 2007, and we've lived there now for 17 years. The reason we moved there was because we had friends living there. It's a secure building in a safe area. There's a number of restaurants and other amenities within walking distance. The only thing that we haven't got is a full functioning health care clinic on our street. Let's put it there. Our doctor retired in 2021, and being without a doctor, the clinics on Princess Street and Sutherland Drive provide our family with access, health care, and doctors. Solution, 309 Queen Mary Road. Build it and we'll come. My first visit to the Princess Street Clinic was in February. It was cold. I mean really cold. It could freeze certain parts. Yes, I was looked after. There must be a better way. Solution, 309 Queen Mary Road, full functioning healthcare center. My wife's first visit to the Princess Street Clinic lasted 3 hours to have a doctor renew a prescription. There's got to be a better way. 309 Queen Mary Road. My wife Edith and her sister Janet have been able to see a doctor at Sutherland Drive Clinic, but appointment is required. The appointment must be booked through Princess Street Clinic. Solution, 309 Queen Mary Road. I was reading an article about our Thousand Island Bridge. The bridge was completed in 1938.
30 seconds.
What year? Oh, seconds.
Sorry, just letting you know you
I
have
thought
30,
were
you have
telling me
30
when the bridge
seconds.
was built.
30 seconds left.
Anyway, I was born. It was completed in 1938, and they get a complete checkup every year. I was born in 1938. I'm as old as a bridge. I have no doctor, so no yearly checkup for me. Solution? 309. The doctor shortage is a major issue. It's projected to reach 53,000 by 2026. We need more doctors.
Great.
And we
Thank you.
need 309
Thank
Queen
you.
Mary Road
Thank
to
you very
become
much.
a full functioning healthcare clinic.
Thank you very much,
Pass
sir.
the thing.
Thank you
Thanks,
very much.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Thanks, Council.
Okay, thank you very much, folks. Thank you. Folks, I appreciate the enthusiasm in the room. Just a reminder that procedural rules do not allow for applause. So with that, we will move to our next delegation. We'll invite Perry Dennis to speak to council.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, and the public. Council is saying, your proposal on January 16, 2024, concerning the fact we currently have 33,500 Kingston citizens without a family doctor for our primary care. And by 2026, this will increase to 53,500. Isn't it amazing? We have a population of 166,000, thus affecting 1 out of every 3 people. This is 33% of our current population. The issue is not being resolved, and it's our obligation to take care of our fellow Kingstonians. Who in this room or on this council that know someone or whole families that are already impacted by the lack of primary care today? I guess I can't ask for a show of hands, but I'd like to ask for a show of hands, because there's a whole bunch of us. We know as it affects our son, his family, our friends, neighbors, co-workers, and their families. I was going to play a 3-minute video from the 16th, but obviously we don't have time. So tonight, do the right thing for all of Kingston families. Please turn 309 Queen Mary Road into a super primary care clinic for all of us. It's for the benefit of all Kingstonians. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. If there are no questions, thank you. We'll move on. Thank you, sir. Okay, next we will invite Val Westgate and John Price to speak to council.
Hi, on behalf of John Price, who couldn't be here, I'd like to introduce a video that he's made.
Can we fix the audio?
To speak to the motion today. Most of you know me as a real estate agent that has just retired after a 36-year career, but many of you know me for the charity and community support work that I've done for the past 40 years. I'm a graduate of Queen's University in municipal politics in 1981, and in 1982, I ran for council and lost on the last poll by 17 votes against the incumbent, the late Ward Travers. Back then, we focused on providing the most services to the taxpayers at the cheapest cost. We also looked at every project in the highest and best use metrics theory. All of us now are aware of the medical crisis we now have in Kingston, with over 38,000 Kingstonians not having doctors. Not that long ago, we saw in the Week Standard a 5-hour lineup of 87-year-old ladies trying to put their name in to get a doctor. Our emergency care facility is overrun. It is not uncommon to have Kingstonians wait 6 to 12 hours just to see an emergency care doctor for an ear infection. The photographic record at emergency care facility is 13 ambulances waiting for their patient to be seen so they can respond to the next call. an inmate offender at Joyceville Institution had to wait for an ambulance to come from Lansdowne to take him to emergency. My point here is we have an opportunity to come together for the citizens of Kingston and explore the possibility of this extended care facility to create a super medical clinic. The Ontario government is willing to keep an open mind on this business plan, as I have recently spoken to Doug Ford, our Premier, about this Kingston solution. If you look at the highest and best use and what decision you will make this year that affects more residents in the city of Kingston, and to help resolve their anxiety to get average medical care, this would be the biggest decision. I ask Council to keep an open mind on this proposal to not only help the residents of Kingston that don't have doctors, but all the military families posted to Kingston whose spouses and children also
It's like 30
do
seconds.
not have a doctor to call on arrival. Nothing causes more stress when your spouse is deployed and you have medical problems and you don't have a doctor to call on. Thank you for this opportunity. Let's do something special.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. We'll move ahead then to our next delegation. We will invite Alan Tugwood and Mary Thomas.
Hello, I'm Mary Thomas. Thank you for letting us speak tonight. I didn't write anything down because I'm going to speak from my heart. I am a 61-year-old 3-stroke survivor. I had my strokes starting at 46 years old, and I had no family doctor. The stroke clinic then put me in touch with a family doctor, and I've had one up until recently. Now my doctor says that he is leaving to go off to help the health system improve, when that's part of the problem. They're leaving. They're just leaving their patients. 1,400 patients in one doctor office are now without a doctor. What wasn't pointed out tonight was that the family doctor connects you to every single health problem and fix there is. I need him for my MIRs. I have an aneurysm in my brain. Needs to be monitored yearly. I need a doctor to refer me. I don't have one. I also have skin cancer, in which I've had removed and need to have skin tests done visually once every 2 years. I can't get that done. I can't go to Emerge for my 8 prescriptions that I need refilled. I have nowhere to go for any of it. I'm on warfarin, a blood thinner, which needs to be monitored as I take it. Otherwise, I'm either in risk of a clot or in risk of a bleed. I have nobody to monitor that. There is a clinic at the Hotel Dieu, but there's days in between finding out whether my blood is right or isn't right, having the doses changed or not having it changed. I'm at risk for almost everything that people are afraid of in their life. Just finding out that I have had my blood is due to lupus, I have to have that monitored. I don't have anybody to go to. I don't have anybody to depend on. My family doctor was great, but he couldn't handle it, and he said so. I don't know why the doctors are leaving. I don't know why everyone's leaving, but I do know that I am only one small person, very small, 5'1". I am just one person of the many that need to be monitored. MRIs, CAT scans, blood, everything.
30 seconds.
All of that needs to be monitored. There's no way of getting that done. Having this clinic is ideal. It's there, it's ready, fill it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. If there are no other questions from council, thank you. We'll move to our next delegation. We will invite Crystal Elmy to speak to council, Crystal Elmy.
December 5th, 2020, my life changed forever. I was at a stoplight behind multiple cars when I saw the vehicle in my mirror coming at me from a high speed and admitted he wasn't even looking at the road, but behind him at his screaming children. How often do each of us need to see a doctor per year? What happens when we need to see a specialist? What about a refill? What if we need a diagnosis? Kingston has a plan. This plan will be duplicated once proven that it works. I support this building. I support seeing different ways to get doctors here where there are desperate people, overrun emergency rooms, and even the free services online are too busy to book appointments, in my experience. TELUS Health told me that their services are not suitable for me, that I need an in-person doctor, but they will still help me. But I spend literal months trying to book a single appointment for my refills, and sometimes told no to my refills. And sometimes, the refills that I actually got through them, I said no to. But mostly 0 available appointments, and calling them explaining that you can't go gaps between your meds falls on deaf ears, as they say. I keep falling through the cracks at many specialists, literally completely forgotten about for periods of time, or they send referrals for me to follow up at every appointment I see them. To find out the status of the referral, to be told 6 months later, oops, I never hit send. Everyone is overworked. Not only has my life been flipped upside down, the year previous to my accident, I finished my weight loss of over 120 pounds. I was jacked and I was tanned. And I ended 2019 by getting married to my hubby in St. Lucia. So I spent 2020 working on my mobility, as it's directly linked to your health and longevity. I got certified for fitness and nutrition and wanted more than anything to be the person to help people in my previous situation of having over 100 pounds to lose, no support from family or anyone. I wanted to be that for everyone that didn't have support, and I started to do just that. No one plans to be at a not-at-fault car accident, ruining what they thought was their whole life. No longer could work out, no energy to stand in the kitchen to even make myself meals.
30 seconds.
No income to even help with the stress. Standing hurts, sitting hurts, driving hurts, walking hurts. This isn't even touching on the mental wreck that this has provided me with all the different diagnoses I've now come up with that they have now prescribed me. No walk-in clinic or online will fill my prescriptions. I have no help. Every day is panic attacks and I cannot function. But there's not a single option for me online or in town to get my refills.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. If there are no other questions, thank you very much. Okay, we'll move to our next delegation this evening. We'll invite Darlene Thompson to speak to council.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am here this evening to ask for your support of Councillor McLaren's motion to convert the facility at 309 Queen Mary Road into a family medicine super clinic. Since the sale of this property was announced, we have been asking for it to continue to be used as a medical facility as it has been for 50 years. I'm nervous, sorry. I am a primary caregiver for a friend in my building. Judy Regis, now 80 years old, has gone through breast cancer and treatment, was diagnosed with a brain aneurysm. After starting to recover from the surgery, she collapsed and split the incision open, this bringing on many more health issues. She was then diagnosed with lung cancer and went through radiation treatment. Judy has been a fighter through all of this. She lost her doctor after 40 years to retirement. And has been without a family doctor for over 2 years. Judy lives with chronic pain due to spinal fractures because of falls due to a heart condition, which has led to arthritis and nerve damage. Because she doesn't have a doctor, she has to take an ambulance to emergency, as she is not physically able to sit for hours. She keeps fighting for her independence, but feels the system has failed her and many others. During the council meeting on January 16th, Councillor Boehm made the following points. I'm not going to have the video played. Kingston made national news for having hundreds of people line up for doctors. There are not enough doctors to fill the shoes of those retiring. There is a healthcare crisis in our country, famous for its excellent healthcare, and it has rested on its laurels. Do something. The time for platitudes and nice talk about this crisis is over. You also supported increasing funding for doctor recruitment, stating there is a dire need in the community.
30 seconds.
I am asking on behalf of my friend that has many barriers to health care that you again support this new motion for timely access to a family doctor. I'm asking you to be a solution for the over 30,000 residents without a family doctor. Kingston is an innovative community that could be the beginning of a solution to family health care in attracting new doctors here. Utilize this medical super clinic for one-stop shopping for all.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, if there are no questions, we will move on to our next delegation. We'll invite Ryan Wilkinson to speak to council. Ryan Wilkinson.
Mayor Patterson and city councilors, when I first read February 1st that the city was planning to expand the homeless hub into the extended care building, I was confused. I thought, no, it's not working anywhere else. Why expand a situation that hasn't improved where it is? And then the lack of transparency, along with the highlighted lack of due diligence at the last town hall, confirmed what we already knew, that the solution in Kingston at this time is family doctors and proper health care. It is to use 309 Queen Mary Road as a full family medical care center. I know what it's like to be homeless because I used to be homeless. During this time, I was able to identify on a macro scale there was a crisis on the streets with mental health and addictions, a drug epidemic no one seems to be talking about. What saved me and got me off the streets was medical support and a family doctor. But we all have a story, don't we? Each of us has a story, and those without a doctor sure do have a story. It's evident here tonight. I've given over 13 years of my life dedicated to working with the senior demographic. Over the last few years especially, the main thing seniors say to me is they feel like they have been forgotten. And the second most common thing I hear them say is they feel like they have little to no support from the medical field. This is the result of not having a family doctor. It breaks my heart, and it's unacceptable. Imagine watching your parents, friends, spouse, or relatives suffer in atrophy and frailty because we didn't do enough to bring in quality, sustainable health care and doctors by supporting the use of 309 Queen Mary Road as a full family medical care center. Human to human, counselors, I am asking on behalf of Kingston to work alongside us. Do the right thing. Vote in favor of Councillor McLaren's motion to make 309 Queen Mary Road 100% Family Medical Center. And if you don't vote in favor, are you ready to justify to the 38,000 Kingstonians who don't have a doctor that their health and wellness is not a priority? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions, we'll move on. So next on my list is Bernie Doust. We'll invite Bernie Doust to speak to council.
Good evening, Mayor and Kingston City Councilors. My name is Bernie Dowd. Councillor Shanani, on March 5th, 2024, you advised Kingston City Council that you and your family lost your family health care team because your doctor moved away. You are addressing a motion to send additional requests to the provincial and federal governments to do more to improve the healthcare issues in the Kingston area. You supported this motion and it passed. You are not the only one facing the problem of not having a primary care provider for their families. I recently retired from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Kingston Detachment with 36 years of service. I am not speaking for the federal government or the RCMP. I am sharing something that I have observed during my posting in Kingston. One part of my duties prior to retiring was to be the health and wellness representative for the Kingston Detachment and Division. When I was first posted to the Kingston Detachment in 1997, it did not take very long to find a family doctor. Usually within the first month of being posted there. In the last 10 to 15 years, I have seen members transferred in, and it has taken 3 to 7 years to find a family doctor. Some have been transferred in and moved on to new postings without ever finding a family doctor in Kingston. Others, when possible, would have their virtual appointments with medical staff from their previous postings. This worked if a personal visit was not required to diagnose issues or if local follow-ups with specialists were not required. Then it caused extra coordination to have the matters dealt with. This was also not available to everyone, as some physicians would not provide medical services to patients that had moved out of the area that they provided services to. This meant that the members and their families had to go to medical clinics and or local emergency rooms to receive medical treatment. There are fewer after-hour clinics, and the wait times in local hospitals are increasing. This means that more work hours are lost, and as they are spending time trying to obtain medical services for themselves and their families, and the members are using up various forms of leave to cover the missed work. A few years ago, on a routine RCMP medical, a change in my health status was observed by the RCMP medical team. I had to follow up with my own family doctor. I am one of the lucky ones. I still have a local family doctor.
30 seconds.
I was able to be referred for additional testing and was diagnosed with cancer. It was caught early, and I received treatment in the early stages, and the outcome is looking very favorable. If I did not have a family doctor, it would have caused additional delays, and the outcome may not have been as favorable. This only affects the RCMP members, DND, the businesses that we're trying to attract to Kingston to come here because quality of life makes a big part of it.
Great. Thank you, sir. Got you right at 3 minutes. It's okay. Great, thank you. Are there any questions from council? Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, we'll move on to our next delegation. We will invite Catherine Galt to speak to council next. Catherine Galt.
Good evening, Mayor Patterson, councilors, and fellow citizens. After hearing all these stories tonight, I feel very fortunate because I have a family doctor. But I'm not here to speak for myself. I'm here to speak on behalf of two of my friends who could not make it here tonight. They wanted to come, but unfortunate circumstances prevented them from attending. Like myself, they are both seniors, ages 74 and 77 respectively. One lives in Sydenham Ward, Councillor Connie Glenn, and the other lives in Trillium Ward, Councillor Jimmy Hassan. They have been hardworking, tax-paying citizens who have tried to maintain their relatively good health over the years. But at this juncture in their lives, they find themselves without family doctors. The one in Sydenham Ward has been without a family doctor for over a year. The one in Trillium struggled to find a family doctor for 4 years. She was finally rostered to a doctor a little over a year ago and just found out recently he is leaving Kingston due to family issues. So she is now in the same position. How stressful it must be for them as seniors to try to find a family physician, as we all know that healthcare declines as we age. And these are just two examples of the thousands in need. Doctors, nurse practitioners, and medical teams in the critical care centers are getting burnt out with the volume of patients requiring medical support due to the lack of primary care throughout the city. I am aware that this is not unique to Kingston, but you as city officials have a wonderful opportunity to be leaders in the ongoing healthcare crisis and to look for creative solutions. The building at 309 Queen Mary Road is a perfect solution. And the council needs to listen to the greater needs of their constituents and pass the motion to convert the building at 309 Queen Mary Road into a family medical facility in its entirety, not just a portion of it.
30 seconds.
Isn't our obligation as councillors and mayor to help more people than just a chosen few? This passing motion would provide you with a perfect opportunity to change lives and win elections. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, if there are no other questions, we'll move to our next delegation. We will invite Dagmar Freewillig. Dagmar Freewillig to speak to council.
Good evening, and thank you for your time listening to us. My name is Dagmar Freywillig. I'm a registered nurse practicing in Canada for over 38 years. I'm still practicing hospital bedside nursing as well as pharma nursing in Kingston. So I come across a lot of stories, facts. As you can well imagine, I have witnessed many significant changes in healthcare over the decades. Too many nurses, not enough of them, etc. But the current primary care shortage is a crisis the likes I have never seen. Healthcare has a hierarchy. Primary care is the roots. System does not work if the roots are not there. Primary care is not just we're talking about family physicians predominantly, but primary care can also include nurse practitioners, and we've heard one of them here. They can be utilized greatly in providing some of the primary care that the family physicians are not able to. The family physicians or primary care, I'm going to be referring to primary care, are the gatekeepers, pillars, and the very foundation of our healthcare system. The absence of consistent access to primary care has enormous impact on the whole healthcare system, and its domino effect is felt for any of us that are working at the hospitals. ERs are overrun with cases that should have been dealt with in community, and therefore true emergencies are not attended to the way they should be. I see that not having a family physician affects the clients almost every day. I come across them as I do my home care nursing. I'm just going to mention very quickly one of them. This is a 54-year-old client that moved to Kingston 9 years ago. She has been looking for a family physician or primary care for 9 years, still unsuccessfully. She's had a severe case of COVID-19 in the first wave. She was intubated on life support for a month, which, if you know anything about medicine, that's a miracle in itself that she survived. She has severe damage to her lungs and other organs. She still does not have a doctor, and she's relying mainly on online clinics and paramedics.
30 seconds.
Okay. So having 309 building available, ready-made, the neighborhood already, supports healthcare in there. It's an ideal location. And I would like to also say the recruitment of the physicians that I heard that what you're doing to recruit them involves money. My question is, the doctors that are graduating are not choosing family practice as their specialty.
Thank you.
Why?
Thank you. So I'm going to stop you there. We're at 3 minutes.
Okay.
So thank you. Okay, Councillor McLaren.
I'd like to know why you think that the family doctors are not picking family medicine.
They would be very interesting to find out why, because seems like in a way to recruit them, we're just throwing money at them, and it's awfully it's showing that it's not effective. So why don't we? This is a unique situation that is calling for unique solutions. Something that hasn't been done so far, because whatever has been done so far is not very effective. So ask them why. Ask them why not having a 9-to-5 Monday to Friday job. What is it? Are they not paid well enough? Is this? You need to find out from them. That would be part of the solution, maybe, perhaps.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker, we will invite Bev Burns to speak to council.
Mayor Patterson and council members. My name is Beverly Burns, and I reside at 334 Queen Mary Road. I also have Parkinson's syndrome in my vocal cords, so I am a bit nervous, but I'm not scared to death. So I'll do my best. Thank you for giving our group the opportunity to speak. I am hopeful you will open your hearts to the thousands of Kingstonians who are sick and seeking medical doctors. If you already have a doctor, don't feel too secure. I lost my doctor, who was 50 years old, and I was 100% sure that I would outlive him. He moved to do research, which is very important, but you can't be sure. It could be yours, it could be anyone's. So this is a desperate thing. We have to move on. And of course, we think that's the perfect spot. It's a beautiful place to live. We've invested money. It's just, and we're mostly seniors. I'll be 76 years old. And the fear that has been created, which we're working through, the insecurity of not knowing what's going to happen next. So I am trying to get a doctor and trying to see what my options are, if indeed there are any. I went to the CDK, Family Medicine Clinic on Southern Drive, and we all know about that spot. They were advertising that they had 4 new doctors and were taking applicants. As I was looking for a doctor myself, I arrived early in the morning, and people were already lined up Montreal Street for blocks, headed towards the 401. When I got to the end of the road, it was painful to get up. I'm not going to discuss all my ailments.
30
but
seconds.
It was a struggle to get there. Did you say 30?
30 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to skip. This needs to be said. In closing, we would like to thank our counselor for the encouragement given to our group over the past few months. Jeff McLaren has had a tough road to hoe. He is a good example for you new counselors on how to support the people that he represents 100% in his riding.
Okay.
And to know
Thank
the
you.
boundaries as a counselor of
Thank
the
you.
city of Kingston.
Thank you. So
we
I'm.
could not have done.
Thank you. So I'm going to just pause you there. So thank you very much. Are there any questions for council? Okay, thank you. We'll move forward to our next speaker. We will invite Davina Bernard to speak to council.
Good evening. I grew up in Kingston, attending elementary school, Regi, Queens, St. Lawrence College. Before I left my family and headed out into the world, after 22 years, it was time for me to come home as my parents are aging and I wanted to be closer to them. I returned 18 months ago and purchased a condo close to my parents. I work very long hours in a family business, serving the needs of Kingston residents, and I prioritize my health, and I take tons of measures to prevent illness from putting me out of commission for any length of time. I have Crohn's disease, and a big consideration in my move home was that I figured it would take me 5 to 7 years on a wait list before securing a family doctor. I was fortunate that my last medical team was able to secure me a patient spot within the GI clinic at Hotel Dieu. So I knew I had my most pressing medical issues looked after. However, up until recently, I just accepted this as the way it should be. And yes, it is the way it is for most Canadians. But as I support this motion, I began to realize how absolutely ridiculous it is that you should have to even consider taking 5 to 7 years to access a family doctor. This shouldn't be the case, and it should be up to all of us in this room, council, residents, everyone, to take whatever steps are in each of our own purviews to be able to impact changing the status quo. Councillor Glenn, hi, I love the message and vision that you shared with council on March 5th this year regarding the Future of Healthcare report, Building on Values by the Honorable Roy Romano. To summarize a few of your points, and from that report, healthcare as we know it has to fundamentally change. We need more than just doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and dentists. There are diverse and complex components that should comprise high-quality primary healthcare. We need teamwork, we need interdisciplinary collaboration, working for individuals in our community and public health to prevent disease and provide health education. You stated that the city should do what it can to encourage and support this approach to healthcare, since the city can't be responsible for actually providing the services. By voting yes tonight on this motion, you would be supporting this approach.
30 seconds.
You would be removing financial and logistical barriers that discourage professionals from being able to offer their unique contributions for the health of our community. Keeping costs low, allowing facilitators to focus on providing great care would allow people a chance to access a multitude of services in one central location. And you can do this without increasing taxes. As everybody has mentioned, Queen Mary Road is set up to be both for small facilitators, large facilitators, traditional, non-traditional, a whole host of wellness
Thank you. So
choices.
I'm going
Thank you
to
very
pause you
much.
there. So 3 minutes. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is Deb Finkel. Invite Deb Finkel to speak to council.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for being given the opportunity to speak. Every Kingstonian is your constituent. Will council reaffirm today that universal health care is the cornerstone of Kingston's prosperity and livability, and that access to health care is one of the pillars of our Canadian democracy? That every person deserves access to high-quality primary care, and that the system should be accountable to patients and to the public. How many Kingstonians have undiagnosed and untreated physical and mental illness? How many have preventable diseases that could be treated with early detection? How many without access to a general practitioner, nurse practitioner, live in your districts? The family doctor crisis is why I support Councillor Jeff McLaren's motion to work together and create an attractive model for a medical clinic with a healthcare team of general practitioners, nurse practitioners, and other ancillary medical professionals. This clinic can potentially serve 20 to 30,000 medical orphans in the community. It is compassionate and intelligent, long-term succession planning for our collective future. Excuse me. Haven't we all read and heard the stories of GPs warning us that people are getting diagnosed with serious life-threatening or terminal diseases in the emergency rooms and walk-in clinics? We all know someone who has stood for 6 hours at the ER in pain, waiting for an X-ray and treatment. We know frail 90-year-olds are spending days languishing in ER hallway stretchers. They are our families. They are also the newborns and the moms without access to prenatal wellness and pediatricians. We are all vulnerable now. Dr. Rose Zacharias, president of the Ontario Medical Association and an emergency department physician, says that we need more publicly funded, standalone healthcare centers. 309 Queen Mary Road is a centrally located, accessible, medically built facility, and it will stand as your legacy to serve tens of thousands suffering silently without family doctors
30 seconds.
for many years to come. Ooh, which one do I pick? As Councillor Brandon Tozzo said in his March 5th, 2024 clip, after he watched hundreds of people on Global News lined up, some overnight in February, for a chance to get a family doctor. It shouldn't be this way. I agree, Brandon. It shouldn't be this way. There is a better way for everyone. And I hope that you support Councillor McLaren's motion and
Thank
be
you.
part of a solution to help thousands of constituents desperate
you.
for family doctors.
Thank you very much. So that's 3 minutes, so I'm gonna pause you there. Yes, Councillor Tozo, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor Patterson. Deb, it's great to see you. We used to work together. You used to work for the ministry. Can you tell me, because you would know this, whose jurisdictional responsibility is healthcare?
Well,
Provincial or federal
yes.
or?
Yes.
It's.
Yes. We have to.
No, just, is it municipal, federal, or provincial?
Our healthcare dollars come from the federal and the provincial governments.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next we will invite Tim Segru to speak to council.
People are dying unnecessarily every single day. It's hidden and it's tragic, but we can do something about it. And my personal story on this issue began many years ago when a young lady came into our home as a primary school friend of my son, and she kind of never left. Became part of our family and grew up alongside us. She felt safe in our home because in our family, we don't care who you love, gender or otherwise. And she had a drive to do good, and she became an EMS first responder. And during COVID, while you and I stayed safe, she was constantly working overtime in those uncomfortable hazmat suits, ferrying people, desperately ill people, to and from the hospital, and stood with them while they waited, comforted them while they waited for emergency care. And she was there for us, working like a Trojan to disinfect that ambulance as fast as possible to get back out on the road again and to try and save more people. It was back-breaking work. And it was during that time that she felt a constant pain, but she didn't have a family physician. She couldn't get the imaging. She couldn't get the specialist. And just recently, this 30-year-old young woman received a devastating terminal cancer diagnosis. Our family's heartbroken, but we're not alone. Thousands of Ontarians are facing similar heartrending news for lack of primary care, and they have felt abandoned by the system. We need to tell them, and they need to know that they are not alone. The question is, will City Council abandon those people? Will you abandon your fellow Kingstonians who are sick with worry, sick of lining up, sick with fear, sick of hearing no? No to the hope of care, no to reaching the end of the line, no to hope of having a doctor, no to any hope whatsoever. And doctor recruitment? I've been there. When you factor in looming retirements and population growth, we are not having anything close to the success we need in the current family doctor recruitment model. We need a new approach. And Queen Mary Road offers a transformative opportunity for primary care. But you as councillors, as stewards of the public good, you must ask yourselves, what is the greatest pressing need of our community? Because if it's not providing family doctors for the close to 40,000 of your fellow Kingstonians that are suffering, tell them no. Tell them no clearly and loudly. Tell all 40,000 of them tonight no. Tell them.
30 seconds.
We are not talking here about taking on the province's financial responsibility in healthcare. We are talking about creating the conditions for success. Have you had sufficient and timely information in order to make an informed decision on Queen Mary Road as councillors? Can you decide what is best for your constituents without an in-depth cost-benefit analysis of transforming 309 into a family medicine centre, a clinic that could serve tens of thousands of your fellow citizens?
Thank you. So I'm going to stop you there. Great. Thank you. 3 minutes. Okay. Thank you. We will move to our next delegation. We'll invite Gavin Anderson, Joan Jardin, and Matthew Guventer to speak to council.
Hello. I'm actually going to start as a bit of an aside in that the stories are heartbreaking. And yes, I agree with Councillor Tozo, it shouldn't be this way. And there are many healthcare needs. And that's why, actually, in addition to being with Labour Council, I'm the co-chair of the Kingston Health Coalition. We are fighting for these issues. This is the group that is doing this. And please join us. We want to hear your stories and we want to fight with you. That is a really good avenue to do that. But tonight we're speaking on behalf of the Kingston and District Labour Council, which is composed of 40 affiliated bargaining units representing approximately 10,000 members who live and work in and around Kingston. Labour Council members, be they from education, healthcare, city services, or industry, consistently report concerns about the ever-increasing number of people who need supports. Our members are on the front line, dealing with human consequences of continual cuts. At our May meeting, we formally adopted a position supporting the city's plan to convert the recently purchased Extendicare building into multi-use facility that would include a medical clinic, community space, and of critical importance, transitional housing. We're opposed to the motion being debated this evening that would eliminate the transitional housing component from the plan. We understand that the motion also directs $6.5 million to be transferred from the Affordable Housing Capital Reserve to the Municipal Capital Reserve Fund. This reallocation will result in a reduction in the 2026 target for new affordable housing units from 480 to 307, a 36% cut that will cost the community 173 badly needed affordable units over the next year and a half. Council's number one priority in your own strategic plan is to promote increased supply of affordability in housing. It would seem irresponsible and counterintuitive for Council to retreat from its primary commitment and endorse a proposal that eliminates a viable transitional housing program, in addition to slashing the fund reserved for new affordable housing starts. Pillar number 4 in your strategic plan, fostering care and inclusive community. First subheading reads, promote a community where everyone can be safe, healthy, nourished,
30 seconds.
and welcomed. Surely the commitment to build a community where everyone is safe, healthy, nourished, and welcome includes people without adequate income, without safe shelter, and living in the effects of addiction and psychological injury. Voters expect you to be in the vanguard of those promoting understanding, patience, and compassion, leading in the creation of solutions to the challenges facing members of our community. Investing in transition and affordable housing is the right thing to do.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll just stop there. Questions? Councillor Stephen.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson, through you. Thank you for mentioning the Ontario Health Coalition. I just wanted to ask you if you could provide how can people who care about this issue so much get in touch? How can they join this fight?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. We actually just had a mass rally at Queen's Park on Thursday, demanding better health care. It's what we do. It's what we've dedicated our life, or a large part of our time to doing. So how can you do it? If you, I can try to get information, but contact me, Joan Jardin, and maybe through Wendy, they can get in contact with you, my fabulous counselor. And because we actually have a lot of volunteers, we have lots of actions, you'll see lawn signs, but really we're fighting for healthcare, all sorts of healthcare. And right now we're concerned about the for-profit method. We are promoting supports for GPs because there's so much time spent on administration and they aren't paid for the administration. We are looking at the global picture of healthcare. We're fighting. We're all over Ontario. We're doing public hearings very soon and we'll have some in Perth. So please get involved. Thank you very much for the question. Please contact us. We need more people. We need your voices. You're so passionate, and we know that you're going through. Please, let's join together and build that and get a better healthcare system.
Thank you. Councillor Sun.
Thank you, Worship, and through you.
Ms. Jordan, may I ask you, you heard tonight all those very passionate voices with heartbreaking stories and heart-touching stories as well. And all those concerns and stories are true and very close to this council. And as many of you recognize that, we have been working hard to deal with this issue. My question to you as a health coalition representative or worker, do you think all these passionate voices we heard today, if they join the forces together and fight and raise their concern, the voice where it need to be, we will be in a better position?
Oh, thank you so very much for that. Of course, in fact, it's these voices that will make the change. It's only these voices, because as we join together, we can actually influence the people who make the decisions about healthcare. And frankly, these days, I'm not sure if the decisions are all for us. So we need to take that back, and we need to demand healthcare for everyone. We've had it in the past. It's being under-resourced, and together they have to listen to us as we go together. We tell the province, we tell the federal government, but of course mostly it's the provincial government, that we are together and united. And then not only that, we tell our neighbors, we tell our friends, we tell our families, we tell people walking down the street, we tell people from outside of the Kingston area. We join together because we all deserve it. It's a birthright. We fought for our health care. Let's protect it, and that is what we're trying to do. But do it together, and really, I ask that you join us, please.
Can I just want to quickly, because you're talking about the voices that we've heard tonight, I want to just briefly mention there are a lot of voices that we did not hear from tonight, and that is the homeless, the people tonight that will be sleeping in Bell Park, sleeping on sidewalks. We're not here tonight to dismiss the stories of people struggling to get health care. We just don't want the council to forget about the commitment to the homeless. And unfortunately, the proposal before you does take away significant resources from people who have no place to sleep tonight. In the past year, this council has, the sleeping cabins have disappeared. The Bell Park encampment is under continuous risk of eviction, and City Council passed a Community Standards Act that in many people believe criminalizes poverty. So remember that the compelling voices that have been here tonight, those are important voices and they need to be attended to. But council cannot retreat from this important commitment to provide transitional housing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for the delegation? Okay, no. So we have very, very clear procedural rules that everyone has a chance of delegations. It's only councillors that can ask questions, and then we move on. So thank you very much. If there are no other questions, we'll move on. Our next and final delegation is Laurie McLaren. We'll invite Laurie McLaren to speak.
Good evening, Mayor Patterson and City Council members. My name is Laurie McLaren, and I'm coming here tonight to speak to you about the homeless here in the City of Kingston. I've heard a lot this evening about patients, families without doctors, and my heart goes out to you. I also have family members who are orphaned patients. But I want to bring up one thing that all of you have in common that these folks do not. And tonight you are going to go home to a roof over your head. You're going to open up your refrigerator and get a cold beverage, maybe have a shower, or at least be able to lay down on something soft. 309 Queen Mary Road, the old extended care, was in the midst of becoming a transitional and affordable housing. It is not anything to do with the hub or drug-addicted people that would be coming there. I've seen firsthand, spending 50 years in the healthcare system, senior citizens that are homeless now, handicapped people that are homeless, that have no one and that no place to go. There's a woman here living in Kingston in an electric wheelchair. She lives in that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. She can't lay down. There's no place to go. And as a woman, maybe some of you will understand what it's like to maybe not even be able to shower regularly. And that. There's been some propaganda, I believe, for the area that's fear-mongering to the community. It's never good, and fear is always false evidence appearing real. And that just because there is a place that you think that you could put physicians doesn't mean that the physicians are going to come. Back in the 90s, we discussed that there was going to be a mass exodus of people when the baby boomers all left the work field. And here we are, it's happened. It's happened in every single profession around the planet. They're now begging us to come back to work after we spent 40, 50 years in the field. Recruiting of physicians is a provincial matter. The extended care building was set up to be a transitional and affordable housing unit.
30 seconds.
It has been turned to anything but. There is no need to have any, help me out here with rezoning and that. It has housed handicapped, it has a bathroom, it has bathrooms, it has a kitchen to feed everybody. It is not the drug addicted coming to there. It is people that are outside tonight, as these folks have stated, with no place to go.
Okay.
And that.
Thank you.
12 months of the year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
So
very
3
much.
minutes. Okay, if there are no questions. Okay. So that takes us to the end of 24 delegations. It is 8:53. So I'll propose we take a 10-minute break, and then we'll resume our agenda at 9:03. Okay, folks, we're going to reconvene. If I can get councillors to grab their seats, please. Okay, so we've moved through delegations. We have no briefings this evening, so we will move on to, excuse me. We'll move on to petitions. So first we have a petition bearing approximately 24 signatures opposing any transitional care model or services at 309 Queen Mary Road, was received by the Clerk's Department on May 27, 2024. Are there any other petitions to present? Councillor McLaren?
Thank you. I rise to present a petition that reads, "We, the undersigned citizens and residents of the Kingston region, call upon Kingston City Council to immediately address the lack of family physicians in Kingston by purchasing and transforming the entire property at 309 Queen Mary Road into a family medicine and diagnostic center housing multi-physician family practices with accompanying diagnostic services able to serve the many thousands of Kingston area residents needing a family doctor." This petition has 1,879 signatures on it, and more have happened since we got this printed.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other petitions to present? Okay, we have one motion of recognition moved by Councillor Tozo, seconded by Mayor Patterson. The Kingston City Council recognized the 40th anniversary of the Partners in Mission Food Bank on June 17th, 2024 by declaring that day as Partners in Mission Food Bank Day. Their first food collection was received on June 17th, 1984, and in the over 40 years since, Partners in Mission Food Bank has grown significantly, attained registered charity status, and moved between several locations before moving into their current location on Hickson Avenue. In 2023, Partners in Mission Food Bank was named a Top 10 Canadian Food Bank by Charity Intelligence for the third year in a row, and a Top 10 Canadian Impact Charity for the second year in a row, with 93 cents of every dollar donated to going to their food hamper program. Additionally, in 2023, 18,510 grocery hampers were distributed, 13.2% more than the record set in the previous year. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Okay, we have no deferred motions, so we will move on to reports. First up, we have report number 55 from the CAO.
Moved by Councillor Hassan, seconded by Councillor Amos, that report 55 from the CAO consent be received and adopted.
So there are two clauses. Would anyone like them dealt with separately? If not, we will vote on them as a whole. So Clause 1, Encroachment Agreement 115 Lower Union Street. Clause 2, Notice of Objection to Proposed Heritage Designation 995 Sydenham Road. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Okay, on to report number 56 from the CAO.
Moved by Councillor Ridge, seconded by Councillor Tozo, that report 56 from the CAO recommend be received and adopted clause by clause.
Okay, so the first clause, fines for food update. Councillor Tozo.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson, through you. I am heartened because we're giving $50,000 of this program to the Partners in Mission Food Bank. The need is never greater than it is now, with food inflation being a problem. I also like to highlight Councillor Glenn for putting this motion forward originally. Great motion. It's nice to see that this distribution being sent out when the need is so great. So I know Partners in Mission will be celebrating their anniversary this month, as we did in our motion, so please look out to social media to recognize that. And if you have extra money or donations, please consider any of these great charitable and non-for-profit organizations. The need is absolutely there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Amos.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson, through you. One, thank you, Councillor Glenn, for this motion. I appreciate that. The food distribution, just a quick question to staff, and I'm not questioning the distribution, but I'm wondering, was there a formula used with the $180,000 that was distributed, or was it based on size and scope of the operations?
Commissioner Campbell.
Thank you, and through you, I'm actually going to pass the question to Ruth Nordegraff. Thanks.
Okay. Ms. Nordegraff.
Thank you so much, and thanks for that question, Councillor Amos. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. So yeah, as we've indicated in the report, it is frankly quite hard to compare all the different grades kind of services that are provided in the various agencies. So we did, as you've seen in the table, look at kind of the impact of the dollars and the impact of the program. So there's definitely not a very lengthy academic math to the formula, but we've really looked at the best way of how these dollars can be spread as broad as possible. We also do see this obviously as a pilot and as an opportunity to measure impact and learn from this, and also come back to council by the end of the year. We will also be looking at a broader food strategy that will look at kind of all the elements of food insecurity and food production and foods skills development, etc. So we definitely have done our best to kind of estimate how we can best utilize these dollars, knowing that every service is different.
Excellent. The 7 organizations that are listed are tremendous organizations that help the community out, so a good selection. And the 15,000 contingency fund, good to have that in reserve for organizations if they come forward. So well done to staff.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Glenn.
Thank you, and through you. So, Councillor Amos, you asked 2 of the questions I was going to ask. So I'm just going to thank staff very much for the work that they did on figuring out an equitable distribution of this, and to my councillor colleagues for supporting this motion. Our community is in dire need right now, and I think this is one of the best ways that we can move forward to give them some immediate help and hopefully to find some more long-term solutions as we continue our work together. Thank you.
Okay, we'll call the vote on Clause 1. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Okay, Clause 2, Welcoming Streets Program Update and Extension. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Okay, on to report number 57 from Planning Committee.
Moved by Councillor Janani, seconded by Councillor Glenn, that report 57 from the Planning Committee be received and adopted.
Okay, so there are 2 clauses. Would anyone like the clauses separated? If not, we will vote on them as a whole. So Clause 1, Zoning Bylaw Amendment, 101, 87, 71, and 69 Union Street, 28 Division Street, 284 Earl Street, 174 and 176 University Avenue, 135, 137, and 139 Alfred Street. And then Clause 2, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, 2312 Princess Street. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Okay, report number 58 from the Kingston Heritage Properties Committee.
Moved by Councillor Glenn, seconded by Councillor Osterhoff, that report 58 from the Kingston Heritage Properties Committee be received and adopted.
Okay, would anyone like these separated? Okay, Councillor Glenn has indicated yes, so we will deal with them separately. So Clause 1, Application for Ontario Heritage Act Approval, 3867 Smith Road, as amended by Kingston Heritage Properties Committee on May 15th, 2024. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Clause 2, Notice of Intention to Designate under the Ontario Heritage Act. Councillor Glenn.
Thank you, and through you. This will probably come as a surprise to some people because they know how much I value the heritage portfolio, how much I value heritage here in the community of Kingston, and I've been privileged to chair the Heritage Properties Committee. But I'm going to ask Council to not designate this property. You heard from Dr. McSween, and this was a very difficult decision for me to make in terms of making this request to my council colleagues. Unfortunately, I found the province has left us in a very difficult spot with the rush to designate all the properties that are listed. With the ability to have properties remain listed, what we were allowed to do was to give them a measure of protection without quite so much administrative load being placed on an individual who owned this property. As you heard from Dr. McSween, she bought the property specifically because it was not heritage designated. And we trusted our citizens who had listed properties to take care of them. And what she has shown is that she is someone to be trusted with a property. And I know that there are going to be people that will say, well, being designated really isn't that large a burden. And I think the challenge for us in remembering when we, measure a burden is what are the other things that a person is carrying with them as they go. And right now, Dr. McSween, who's a very dedicated physician, is carrying the very burdens that we've been discussing around this table and hearing about for the last hour plus. Long working hours dedicated to supporting our community. And she's been a supporter of preserving heritage property. She lives in a heritage home in my district, and she's taken very good care of it and has apparently won a Heritage Award for it. She has no intention of leaving this community, and I would surely hate to see her go. She specifically picked this location and this building to provide the best service possible for our community. After a 5-year period, this can be relisted, and it can be given that protection. And I will ask the question of staff right now, will they confirm that after a 5-year period, this property could be relisted?
Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Your Worship, yes, after a 5-year period, the property could be relisted.
And once relisted, how much protection is it afforded?
The only protection that a listed property has is that if the owner wants to demolish the property, they have to notify council.
Okay, thank you very much for those answers. I've seen that Dr. McSween is a dedicated public servant. She's dedicated to our community. I wanted council to be aware of the facts of the matter. I'm choosing in this instance to choose the person over the property, and I'm asking for your support. We will have opportunity, should the property be relisted in 5 years, to consider designation again as well. And I'm letting Dr. McSween know that she has my support because she's gained my trust. And I hope that my councillor colleagues will support me in my request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak to Clause 2? Councillor Ridge.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I just want to echo Councillor Glenn's comments on this. I've had several phone meetings with Dr. McSween to discuss this issue and with Heritage staff as well. So I would echo her remarks with regards to not approving this. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Tozo.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson. A question for staff. Is there any penalties if we don't designate it? I'm just so used to things arising when we do or don't do things. Is it just no and it's not designated?
Commissioner Campbell.
Thank you, and through you. This is, as Councillor Glenn has referenced, a bit of a unique situation in that the property is currently listed. So if council does not move forward to designation this evening, like every other listed property, it will fall off the list at the end of 2024, at which time we understand it will be prohibited from being reapplied to the list for a period of up to 5 years. During that time, if the property was to change hands or for some reason the property owner did not wish to care for the property, we would have no opportunity then to intervene on behalf of the property or the heritage.
Deputy Mayor Osterhoff.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson. Sorry. This is a very unique situation, really. I'm trying to understand it completely. I guess I have a question for the director. Are there other properties that are used for medical within the region of Hotel Dieu that have been designated?
Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Your Worship. Unfortunately, I don't have that information, but I'd be happy to look it up and provide it. There are other properties in the vicinity of Hotel Dieu that have been designated that are used for other purposes.
Yes. Well, that's a very strong speaker. So, I mean, I really want to thank Dr. McSween because I know she is highly respected in our community and is valued there. I just wanted to take a moment to look at this because I'm still thinking out loud about 888 Montreal Street that I would have also asked for them to be given a 5-year reprieve if I had known that. Now that my heart still goes to that particular constituent there and their situation, and I don't know why we didn't come up with some helpful options for that location, which was kind of gut-wrenching situation. Another question for our director: if we choose to designate 163 Brock Street, I don't see the hardships that could be endured there. It's a beautiful building. I actually know the place really well. And would there be unforeseen requirements like the accessible entrance because it's a heritage? That wouldn't be touched, would it? Would there be all of a sudden demands placed and stressed on the present occupant for its purposes? What can you address on some of those concerns for us as councillors to understand that? To me, it doesn't look like there's going to be that much burden there. I've been on Heritage a long time. I'm a proud member of Heritage as a councillor, and I see what we're doing, and it seems like a logical choice, and with its history. So can you help us understand what would be experienced there?
Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So when a property is designated, it's designated as it exists today. So there would be no demand or requirement or request to remove any of those elements that you were speaking to, such as the ramp or the railing. For this particular property, the heritage attributes that would be protected if the property is designated are mostly to do with the overall shape and structure of the building. So it's a 2.5-story brick building, but also the facade. So there would be some restrictions perhaps if there were going to be major changes to the facade, the roof, the eaves, and the openings for the windows and the doors are the things that are protected or would be protected.
Yes, and that is unlikely to change. It's a beautiful facade, and so I mean, we've been challenged here, something that's very unique, and I think that we need to be somewhat careful with it. And would you not say then that even the concerns, and I really do, we're caught in a conundrum because we believe in our healthcare and value it. Look at tonight, and then we're asked to sort of compromise what we've been also valuing our heritage, and both are very important. I don't really see how the heritage should put a risk to healthcare, but could we, to the director again, is there a way that we could designate and come to an understanding that where both are possible? You know, do you understand what I'm saying? That there's nothing hanging over this beautiful property that would be something to be worried about. Would you agree with that?
Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you, and through you. For this particular property, there's nothing that would be designated on the interior of the property, so anything that happens on the interior of the property would not require a heritage permit, so it could be configured in any way that would suit any medical practice or any other practice as well. Function of a building is not something that's considered as part of a heritage designation. So there's nothing that would make it inherently incompatible with a function as a medical practice or any other sort of use.
Last question, Mayor Patterson. So if we, now we've heard that it could be deferred or for 5 years, but really then it's the same as being designated in my mind. We know it will be, and eventually. So, I think that that's going to be something known even in the case of a sale. So, and because of 888 and I really agonized with that situation, Montreal Street, so I find it hard. I think it's a precedent setting, though the healthcare issue does ring true, and I'm happy to hear the rest of my colleagues on this.
Commissioner Campbell.
Thank you, and through you, and thank you, Councillor Oosterhoff. I just wanted to issue a comment, and that was more to the effect of not designating the property is not the same as holding a 5-year protection on it. Yes, if you don't designate the property and the property owner continues to own the property and maintain the property in its current condition, one could conceive of that as being a heritage protection, but we protect properties because of the uncertainty of title transfer, changes in circumstance, you know, the realities of the world we all face. So certainly it is council's decision, but I do just want to emphasize that not designating is not protecting the property in the ways that council has defined it in the past.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, would you take the chair?
Thank you. Yes, Mayor Patterson, and I recognize you.
Thank you. So I have a concern. The concern is about equality and how we treat all of our citizens exactly the same way. So about 10 minutes ago, we passed Clause 2, report number 55. Did you see what Clause 2 was? It was a notice of objection to designate a heritage property, also another business, and they gave exactly the same reasons as the property that we're talking about now. So, in the interest of equality, if we're going to say no to designating this property, then I would propose that we should have a reconsideration of our earlier decision and also choose not to designate that property. And furthermore, I would suggest that we probably freeze designating any new properties until we have time to revise the criteria in a way that's fair and equal to everybody. Unless we want to suggest that there are certain classes of individuals that should be treated differently. That is not a road that I think we should go down. That's not in any way minimizing the concerns that have been brought forward tonight. But we have to be very careful about the way that we make decisions around this table. And right now, there's a very clear criteria, is that if a property meets a certain number of criteria, then it's recommended for designation. And up until this point, we have always followed that. If the argument was to suggest that, okay, maybe some of the features of the designator aren't called into question, or maybe, you know, there is some argument that by the city's criteria, that there's a fault with that for this particular property, that would be a different thing. But that's not what we're talking about here. So for that reason, I can't support this, because in my view, it's taking two totally different approaches to two similar situations in the same meeting 15 minutes later. And so for that reason, I think we need to be very cautious with this. Thank you.
I return the chair.
Councillor Stephen.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson, through you. Just a question for staff. If we were to designate this property, does the property owner have a way to appeal the designation?
Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. If council decides tonight to issue the notice of intent to designate, there's a 30-day objection period that would start from the time that it's posted in the newspaper. Following that 30-day period, and in the 30-day period, anybody can object to the notice of intent to designate. Following the 30-day period, there'll be a 90-day period within which council will decide or shall decide, according to the Ontario Heritage Act, whether or not the property should be designated. If council decides to designate the property, then a notice of passing will be issued, and that's followed by another 30-day appeal period. And if an appeal comes in during that appeal period, then it would go to the Ontario Land Tribunal for final decision.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Okay, we will call the vote on Clause 2. All those in favor? Opposed? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I need to think about this for a minute. So vote in favor is a vote to designate the property. A vote against is a decision not to. Okay, so all those in favor? Opposed? And that carries by a vote of 10 to 3. Councillor Glenn, Ridge, and Osanek in the minority. Okay, thank you. So we will move on then to report number 59 from the Environment, Infrastructure, and Transportation Policies Committee.
Moved by Councillor Chinani, seconded by Councillor Stephen, that report 59 from the Environment, Infrastructure, and Transportation Policies Committee be received and adopted.
Okay, so there's the one clause, Williamsville Transportation Study Conclusions. Councillor Tozo?
Thank you, Mayor Patterson. I'll be brief. I'd just like to highlight the work staff did in listening to the respondents, listening to the Active Transportation Committee, and I think that at the end of the day, the ITP Committee was really satisfied that this was a much superior policy than when we walked in a few months ago. So credit to staff for doing such tremendous work on this. I'm really quite happy to endorse it and I think it'll help transform Williamsville. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chinani.
Through you. Yeah, so I want to thank staff for all the hard work and all the community meetings and the meetings with me and also listening to all the community voices. And I also want to thank all the community members who voiced their opinions to make sure that we get the best possible plan for our part of Princess Street in Williamsville. So this is it's part of my neighborhood. I live right there. So I'm very excited to see and to use it when it actually happens. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we will call the vote on Clause 1. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Okay, we have nothing from Committee of the Whole. Information reports. If you have any questions, just raise your hand. So we have one information report, Better Homes Kingston Program Year 2 Annual Report. Okay, we have no information reports from members of council. Miscellaneous business. We have two motions. So first, moved by Councillor Glenn, seconded by Councillor Ridge. Whereas at its April 16th, 2024 meeting, council designated the Rip and Sip event taking place at the Pump House Museum on May 17th, 2024 as an event of municipal significance. And where it is necessary to reschedule the event to July 12th, 2024, therefore be it resolved that as requested by Hannah Blaine, Museum Assistant, City of Kingston, council designate the event Rip and Sip scheduled for Friday, July 12th, 2024 at the Pump House Museum at 23 Ontario Street, Kingston, as an event of municipal significance to which a special occasion permit may be issued by the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario. Number two, moved by Councillor Shave, seconded by Councillor Stephen, that is requested by Sarah Uting, Kingston Lacrosse Association, City Council proclaim September 26, 2024 to be Lacrosse Day in the City of Kingston. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Okay, on to new motions. We have one new motion this evening. Moved by Councillor McLaren, seconded by Councillor Osanek. Whereas Kingston is in a family health care crisis with a community that will have upwards of 53,000 residents unattached to family care physicians by 2026. Whereas too many Kingston residents are despairing in endless queues as they seek a doctor for themselves and their loved ones. Whereas the federal government just committed an additional $3.1 billion to Ontario to increase access to doctors, and the province committed to the right care in the right place, faster care and hiring more healthcare workers, and Queen's University set up a special selection process on campus to educate and train more family doctors, now it is Kingston's turn to contribute to solving the crisis. And whereas in this time of crisis, Kingston needs to be visionary and innovative in order to attract and retain sufficient family doctors and healthcare professionals to adequately serve our community, whereas a one-stop shop for family medicine, diagnostic clinics, and other health-related services will increase accessibility, treatment, and the health of many tens of thousands of people in Kingston. Whereas 309 Queen Mary Road offers an opportunity for new, unique, transformational models that provide scope for family care teams, ancillary, and allied professionals to serve tens of thousands in our community through models that were unavailable or unknown when Council passed its strategic plan. Therefore be resolved, the City of Kingston purchased 309 Queen Mary Road to be wholly transformed into a family medicine and diagnostic center with ancillary and allied health professionals capable of serving residents without a family doctor, and that the strategic plan target of 480 affordable and supportive housing units by 2026 in section 1.3.2 be lowered to 307 in line with Housing Accelerator Fund requirements, and a new target of providing space for family health services by 2026 be added to section 4.3.1 of the strategic plan 2023 to 2026, and the council amend the 2023 capital budget to reduce the affordable housing capital budget from $10 million to $3.5 million and return $6.5 million to the Municipal Capital Reserve Fund, and the council approve a budget of up to $10 million with funding from the Municipal Capital Reserve Fund. Councillor McLaren, you have the floor.
Thank you. There is a lot of information here, so I hope you will listen well. The first main point is that this is not going to cause a tax increase to us. This will be self-funded, okay? The way this is done is through what we have our core competencies in, building facilities management. These 27 different programs, or departments that the city has, we'll go into them shortly. There is no tax increase because we can go to Infrastructure Ontario and get lower loans, lower cost loans, below market rents, below market rates. We can thereby transfer these savings to any clinic that comes to 309 Queen Mary Road. These savings make it more operationally successful and safe as a business. We can do this because they can partner with us. Second major point with regards to tax increases, since there are none, there are no ongoing budgetary outlays. This was a major thing that your worship had said at the last budget thing when we passed the motion asking for an extra $1 million. You said you did not want this to be part of the budget. I have crafted this in a way that it will not be part of the budget in future years, because it can be amortized into the lease payments of the clinics there. And through you, your worship, to Councillor Tozo's question about who funds healthcare, it's the province. That hasn't changed. Doctors bill the province. Nurse practitioners bill the province. It doesn't come to us. What we can do is facilitate this. We facilitate this by being the landlords, by taking away from the doctors things that are not part of their core competencies, such as managing a building, such as HR. The city has a huge HR and very sophisticated HR department. But if you are a doctor and your core competency is in medicine, doing basic payroll might be a little intimidating. And then you have to farm it out to a for-profit agency that does it. This could be one possible way that we can find synergy to make medicine more attractive, primary care medicine and family medicine more attractive in Kingston, is if we reduce the costs and barriers to individual practitioners and clinics. So the funding piece, no tax increase, no outlays, because we're going through a pay-as-you-go model that is amortized into the lease payments. This model was introduced to me by our CFO, Desiree Kennedy. And if she is on the line, could you confirm that I got what you told me correct? Is it true that I said what you told me, that there would be no tax increases for the extra money that would be needed to facilitate this clinic? We have a certain amount of money that's already earmarked for this, regardless of which option we go. I'm told that the clinics will require greater funding, but this will not does not have to come from taxes if we follow the model that you described to me. Is that correct?
Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So in order for there to be no cost to the taxpayers and reflecting this pay-as-you-go model, the facility would have to, one, be fully occupied. So we become a landlord, so it would need to be fully occupied. And the lease rates would have to include operating costs or a component where the leaseholder is paying them directly. As well as the capital component, so the share of our capital cost of the acquisition, capital maintenance, asset management, so the things that would normally be in a lease, as well as a return on investment component, because if we're issuing debt for this, which is I think what the councillor is saying, there's an interest rate to that. So whether we're using our own cash or whether we're borrowing it, there's a cost of money. So, and the lease payments would have to be a full lease payment that would include all of those costs to the city.
CEO Hurdle.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to add, and maybe this is something that Commissioner Carboni might also want to add information on, but we do not currently have the capacity in our Human Resources Department to take on this additional service. So in order to be able to do that, we would need to increase our staffing level, and as I'm sure you can all appreciate, there are operating costs related to additional staff and salaries. So that would be definitely an additional operating cost to the city, and I think from a facility management as well, we would see some pressures on our operating budget.
Thank you for that. This is not going to be a hard and easy thing. It's going to be a long-term thing. Things have phases. We need to reach critical mass of certain services in order for them to become cost-effective. This is why we need the economies of scale to do this. Yes, in the first moments of this setting up, we may not have the capacity to do HR, but we do this. And we have expertise in that. And this is the important criteria that we need to do. We want experts to be able to do the expert work. We don't want amateurs. And if you're a healthcare professional and you're doing payroll or you're doing anything else that the city services could do on a beneficial level to both the city and to the healthcare clinic, then you are taking away time and space from the healthcare provider to do things that are not their core competencies.
30 seconds.
The principle that we're trying to do here is synergetic. The idea is something that we already do. We do the accounting for KEDCO. We've got our accountants working with the police. There's differences there, yes. But that principle can be applied. We have 27 different possible departments where these synergies could be found that would make healthcare easier to be delivered. That's what we're looking for.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, next on my speaker list is Councillor Chineni.
So, this is interesting. Through you. So medical space is not what we're lacking. It's healthcare providers, obviously. So there's like plenty of empty space that is zoned for medical clinics, especially in my district. So what is also desperately needed is supportive transitional housing. And I'm proud to say that there are, I believe, 48 transitional units for youth that will be coming online, hopefully in the near future, that is close to where I live. And I'm proud of that. And I believe it will be very successful. So, and I'm not comfortable reducing our target affordable and supportive housing units or redirecting funds marked for affordable housing that is much needed. I think this is a target that we need to exceed, not reduce. So I strongly believe the current proposed multi-use plan is the right one to serve our community. For these reasons, I cannot support this motion.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Deputy Mayor Ostroff?
Thank you, Mayor Patterson. Can I ask a couple questions of the mover?
Yes, you can.
I feel there's some unanswered questions, really. Okay, about doctors coming. Where do you see the doctors coming from in this? I mean, do we actually have a building shortage or a doctor shortage or both? And how do you, what are you embedding within this motion for that?
Thank you. We do have doctors coming. Queens, Jane Philpott, in her book, spoke on page 72, if any of you guys have it. She has set up a special campus for family medicine. She has found a selection process that targets doctors for family medicine. She started this in 2023 with funding from the provincial government because they take care of health. It's not only for doctors, it's also for all healthcare professionals. My son benefited from this. He got into nursing last year, and we were surprised that he got full scholarship if he stays in Kingston for 2 years after his graduation. That was 2023. All healthcare professionals start their practicums, their residencies in their 3rd year. That's 1 year away from this September. That's when these doctors are going to start coming here. In their 4th year, they graduate. Then they're going to actually start looking for a full-time place. That's why this clinic needs to be set up before they graduate, so that we can make Kingston the first place that people go to, that doctors and healthcare professionals go to, so that our people can be served to the best of the ability that upper levels of government are funding. This is where the doctors are coming from. This is where the healthcare professionals are coming from. They're in the queue right now. There's lots of them. And we need a place for them. But there's also a retention piece. We've heard from that report back in April, or March, I believe, how one of the things that that causes family practitioners to leave is the burdens that are placed on them. The burdens are administrative. They have to deal with marketing. They have to deal with communications, with payroll, with billing, with security, with IT. All of these things are not their core competencies. So when we help out with that where we can, in a phased approach, it doesn't have to be day one. These things can be discovered over time because it is a long and hard process. 27 departments. We can make healthcare that much more attractive again. Family medicine is falling apart, or people are leaving it because they're burnt out. We're going to reduce the burnout here.
Okay.
That's where the doctors are coming from.
So thank you. Councillor Stroh?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Patterson. I guess my next question is for staff. I mean, we heard some incredible presentations tonight. Could we just go back to what we had talked about, what the plan was before? So we are ultimately going to absorb a lot of costs with the other plan, right? If this doesn't pass, we're going to go back to what we have already planned. Is that correct?
CEO Hurdle.
Thank you. And through Mr. Mayor, so staff have been working on a plan and have not at this point deviated from that based on obviously conversations and council direction. The plan that staff has been working on includes 3 service components. One is a primary care clinic, and one that actually, I'm glad Councillor McLaren raised it, one that we've been working with Dr. Philpott's team and would bring more family physician. It's estimated that it would take 8,000 to 10,000 new patients. The other portion would be transitional housing, 30 to 35 people, age 55 plus, and people with mobility challenges as well. And the last service area would be community space. There is a large commercial kitchen as well as meeting space that could be utilized by some of our non-for-profit organizations. So the funding for this plan will be coming primarily from the provincial funding for transitional housing. So the city does have a responsibility to provide affordable transitional housing, and we receive funding every year for that. That's where the funding will be coming from. And the clinic itself is a publicly funded clinic, so they will be paying for their own costs, their own doctor, their own staff, their own HR, their own marketing, etc.
Thank you. And so I wanted to look at what we heard a lot tonight to completely understand this. And do we in this city have a building shortage for doctors?
CEO Hurdle.
Thank you, and through Mr. Mayor, my understanding and based on information received by a real estate agency who works in the city is that on Princess Street alone, between 2 or 3 buildings, there is 20,000 square feet that is currently available that could be leased for the purpose of healthcare, and services could be provided there. What obviously we're struggling to get are the actual providers, healthcare providers, which is why every municipality or most municipality has some kind of incentive program to be able to attract doctors. We've been able to attract 17 in the last 2 years. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of retirements, like every other profession, and the new recruits weren't able to take on as many patients as some of the previous family physicians. So we have seen a bit of movement, but not as much as we would have liked based on the fact that we had so many retirements.
Okay, thank you. And the last question, Mayor Patterson, if I can ask, is to the mover, is why the whole building? It seems to make sense to me that the design that we have seems so complete and meeting more than just the medical need, which we know is massive, but a provincial responsibility, and we also have our responsibilities. And I wanted to ask, the last question is, why would you recommend the entire building for one purpose?
2 reasons. First, economies of scale. If you have several different clinics that have the same service needs in, say, IT or in marketing or any of those things, and you pool them together, you get those synergies. If you only have one, the possibilities of reaching that critical mass become less. The second reason is because the current system is broken. I think we all know that. But there are lots of different models out there. The one that she speaks about in this book is one. We heard earlier today about a nurse practitioner-led model. This is another one. Family health teams is another one. We have the Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington, Ontario Health Team. We have the Queen's Health Team. These are different models of service delivery that could share many of the burdens. Staff just said that the one that they're thinking about, they're going to do their own HR, they're going to do all their own marketing, they're going to do all of that. How much more how much more likely are they to succeed if we can take that burden off them? That's what we have been hearing is part of the problem with doctors in family medicine. There are too many other burdens outside of their core competencies of healthcare and providing that healthcare to people. We want experts to do this, and we don't want experts to do things that they're not experts in. The city actually does this basic principle in some ways. We have over 160 different buildings in which we manage the building envelope. We have just taken on the police station, 5 libraries, and the slush puppy place. Why have we done this? To reduce the costs to the taxpayers. The police get paid by taxpayers. If they pay a for-profit building manager, that's an increase that we are paying for. The city is a non-profit building manager. The city manages their building. There's a savings there. There's a savings for the police budget, which we pay for. It lowers everybody's burden. The same with the libraries. The same with the old fire station where the restaurant Lone Star is at now. This is how we find synergies, by finding ways where we, as nonprofits, can do things for healthcare providers that makes their business model that much better, survivable, accessible.
Okay, thank you. Next on my list, Deputy Mayor, you're finished? Okay. Next on my list is Councillor Ridge.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I have some questions for staff first. Do staff calculate that the $10 million for capital costs will be enough to convert the property entirely into a medical clinic?
CEO Hurdle.
Thank you, and through you, I'll get started, and Commissioner Carboni may want to jump in and add some details. So we are currently still going through the process of assessing cost to convert the facility for the use of primary care clinic, which is a portion of the clinic, transitional housing, et cetera. The numbers that we have are very high level, Councillor, so we recognize that those may change. We did not do an assessment for a full medical building, but one thing that we do know based on our current experience with the primary care clinic is that healthcare providers, especially the clinics that we're looking at, do have different specifications that are required. So HVAC systems, for example, need to be upgraded. And right now, we're not looking at that within the entire facility. If we had to expand that, I'm assuming the cost obviously would go up because we would also need to convert the commercial kitchen, the community meeting space, and those costs would be quite significant. I'm not sure if Commissioner wants to add anything.
Commissioner Carboni.
Thank you, and through you. Following up on CEO's comment, the the most costly aspect of the high-level estimate of the renovation is for the clinic component. So to extend that type of work to the balance of the facility it would be expected to increase the costs significantly. Some of those issues relate to HVAC, roofing, understanding because of the facility's previous use, there is more reuse available of the areas for transitional housing in the current proposal. That would be a substantial gut and considerations around electrical servicing and capacity and things like that as well if the entire facility were to be used for medical clinics.
Thank you. Do staff estimate that there are risks for additional costs to the city based on this motion?
CEO Hurdle.
Thank you, and through you. So I think definitely on the capital front, there would be a higher cost to convert the entire building. So the budget, and I believe I've shared that with council as well, the budget of $10 million is most likely not sufficient. In terms of operating, if council was looking to fill this facility with family physician that could take on patients that do not have, or individuals that do not have family doctors, I'm anticipating that there would be some kind of cost, like there has been for any kind of family physician recruitment we've been doing, which is why council has allocated up to $3 million for that. It's because the family physician are not typically just coming for free. So there would be some additional costs in order to be able to provide those kinds of services, there's no doubt. If the expectation was that the city was to provide HR, communication, any other type of service, like I said, that's not currently included in any of our operation, we would need more staff and that would increase cost.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. So when I first saw this, I was intrigued. I want to start by thanking everyone, all the delegations who shared their stories about the shortage of doctors that we have here and throughout Ontario. Thank you for sharing those stories. I really wish that our MPP, Mr. Hsu, was here, or that the Minister of Health was as well, and to advocate to the province for additional funding. But when I sat down and I looked at the motion and I looked at the math, it didn't really make sense to me. I have some slides. If I put those up, please. So I'm going to move through this quickly. So if anyone wants to review these later, I'm happy to share. So we're going to look at space calculations, cost calculations for operations, and tax calculations. I'm an accountant, that's my background. So if we have 10,000 patients that can be served in 50% of the space, then we can presume that 20,000 patients will be served in the whole of the space, which leaves 33,000 patients remaining. Obviously, there's some synergies there that can be found, but we would probably need 1.65 additional extended cares for the servicing. Next slide, please. So looking at the periwinkle annual funding of $4.5 million with a low roster range of 8,000 and a high roster range of 10,000 patients, we're able to calculate the cost per patient for operations. So that's at $562.50 and $450. Next slide, please. So if we multiply those numbers by $53,000, we get a potential 2025 operational cost ranging from $23.85 million to $29.8 million. And if we look at 2026, assuming there's a 2.5% increase in costs, we're looking at $24.4 million to $30.5 million. Next slide, please. So tax calculations. Assuming that the federal and provincial funding levels remain current, and we only increase our taxation levels by 3.5%, as per our strong mayor's mandate, we have 2024 budget level taxation requirement and 2025 and 26. Next slide, please. So if we take those numbers from a couple slides ago for the cost of operations, subtracting the $4.5 million we currently have in provincial funding, we have a tax revenue requirement range of 6.87 to 8.99% for 2025, and for 2026, 6.85 to 8.94%. You can leave those slides up, they're very illustrative. Your Worship, with this motion, there's a lot of things we don't have. We don't have a guarantee that the capital costs will be enough to cover the project. We don't have guarantees that there will not be significant operational costs incurred by the municipality for the direct administration of healthcare, which is a provincial responsibility. We don't have a guarantee that if we move forward with this plan, family doctors will sign on to it. But Your Worship, I know of a few things that we do have. We have an existing plan that is the result of hard work from staff and community partners. We have 600 people on the by names list. We have a housing crisis. So, Your Worship, understanding that we have a family doctor shortage here, and that it is a provincial responsibility, I cannot support this motion and this plan as it currently exists, and I encourage my fellow councillors to not support it. I cannot support removing funding from affordable housing working funds. I cannot support removing 35 transitional housing units from the plan for this property, and I cannot support removing transitional housing units from our strategic goals, goals which we all voted on unanimously in favor of. Housing and family doctors do not need to be goals in conflict with each other. This is not an either-or thing or a tit-for-tat situation. These are very serious files that we need to move forward on together. And I feel that this motion, perhaps inadvertently, has put those goals in conflict with each other. We need to move forward together, not backwards, together on this. And so I cannot support this motion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next on my list is Councillor Osanek.
Thank you, Your Worship. I know that we still need transition housing. We need to put more units into apartments and also buy low-rise buildings for this purpose, you know, with an on-site caseworker to help the people transition into permanent housing. I know that we still need that. However, to fix the doctor shortage, I think we need innovative solutions, and notwithstanding the numbers of our cost accountant right here, I respect those numbers, Councillor Ridge, for sure. I still believe using all of the extended care space for medical space will help us attract new doctors. And how? It's because we do have, you know, those incentive funds, and I think that we can use this space as recruitment incentives by, you know, helping to offset some of the overhead costs. Not all of them. I do want to, you know, charge doctors for the use of the space, the clinics for the use of the space, but there's big potential here. You know, this using all of the space of extended care, we can have integrated, accessible healthcare under one roof. We can have, you know, the family practice clinics, physiotherapy, optometry care, day surgery procedures, wound care, diabetic clinics, well baby clinics, maybe with the support of public health, you know, mental health therapy, chiropractic therapy, even x-rays. You know, we can really try to help offset the load that's at the hospital, everybody going to the emergency room that doesn't have a family doctor. We could share the costs of all the participants, you know, renting space in the building, of a receptionist in the front lobby, directing people to where their service is. Each of these specialties could rent the space from the city. And as Councillor McLaren just described, it would be, we would have lower interest rates for those capital costs than you could get if you rented a private facility for those healthcare costs. So I read this one article from a doctor in British Columbia, and she outlined all of the overhead costs that doctors are in charge of. So besides the rent, they have the staff, the examination beds, the hand sanitizer, the toilet paper, computers, needles, scissors, the anesthetic freezing, you know, gloves, that all cost thousands of dollars. And as Councillor McLaren said, we have economies of scale. We can get some good purchase deals that way and then spread out the costs. So I know that what I read in the paper is that we do have 2 new health homes that have been announced by Ontario Health, one for Weller Avenue and one for the East End of Kingston. Extended care is the perfectly centralized location. I believe all these things, there can be an improvement in access to health care for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Glenn.
Thank you, and through you. So I am a regulated healthcare professional, and I can confirm a lot of what's been expressed by all of the presentations today. Although my practice is not in primary care, I see the individuals who don't have access to it. However, I can't support this proposal. Having consulted in Ontario on healthcare, and I'm currently consulting in Alberta and BC, I can say that this problem goes well beyond what we are attempting to do here. And although I appreciate the flattery of being quoted, I think one of the things that was forgotten in that quote is that I did refer to some of these efforts as shuffling the deck chairs on the Titanic. So the remarks that I'm going to make moving forward are all coming from some very solid sources. So if anybody wants to reach out afterwards, I'm happy to send you the information. The Canadian Institute for Health Informatics, National Institutes of Health, Canadian Medical Association, College of Family Physicians of Canada, Canadian Nurses Association, and the WHO. So my remarks and comments are going to be from these sources. So Councillor Ridge isn't the only one concerned with numbers, and the numbers don't add up to me, and they don't add up for another reason. We've heard different numbers about how many people are unattached, 30 to 35,000, or as Councillor McLaren has contended, up to well over 50,000. Given that the current rostering for a doctor is roughly 1,500 patients, that means we need a mid 20 to 30 doctors, upwards of 40 if the higher numbers are accurate. This year in Canada, we graduated 1,627 individuals who were going to go into family practice and 616 nurse practitioners. We have at least 2,100 municipalities, according to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, probably several more that aren't counted in that because not everyone belongs to that particular organization. Although we've increased med school admissions, it's only by 167 medical school spots. So we are nowhere close to this. We don't even have one doc per municipality going into family practice. So quite simply, we may provide the space, but there's no one to come. So the solutions have to be different. And what we're looking at, the Canadian Medical Association produced a report. These are the very people that we're seeking to work with and attract. And what they recommended in terms of solving this crisis was first, more interprofessional care, which I commend Councillor McLaren for including in his proposal, and that we train 7,500 net new family physicians in the next 5 years, and that we increase the provision of other healthcare providers in tandem with this. Additional recommendations that came from them were debt relief for healthcare providers and expedited pathways to licensure. These are all things that are not inside our control at the municipal level. They are, however, in the control of the province and the federal government. I'm very supportive of transitional housing, also from a healthcare perspective. And this is where I'm going to speak to you about the social determinants of health. The social determinants of health make up 80% of our overall health and well-being. And the single most important social determinant of health is whether we live in poverty or not, and that's whether we're unhoused or not. So the costs for our ER operations across the country due to the homeless situation is estimated to be $7 billion. Because when individuals have no place to go, this is where they go. And our ER is no different. And in conversation with our ER docs, they are demoralized because they have no place to send people so that they can be housed, so that they can get the support and the care they need to move on and to become healthy, productive citizens. So I cannot support this for all of those reasons. I commend Councillor McLaren for his care for the community and for wanting to provide better health care. But the numbers don't add up. And as I've said multiple times, health is everything, and that begins with finding a place to live, finding a place to call home. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Councillor Shapes.
Thank you. I have a few questions first. I know, surprise. What is a one-stop medical facility with family doctor offices and much-needed diagnostic clinics? Not certain. Was it in the report?
Councillor McLaren?
Thank you. That is the opportunity for any clinic that wants to come here and serve the population. When you say one stop, we are hoping for as many different possibilities as possible. This model is scalable and duplicatable because we're just sharing services. It's duplicatable in different locations. It's scalable. Once you've got the proof of concept, you can go to smaller clinics or larger ones. The idea of one stop is not going to happen on the first day that this would open. It is something that is grown into, phased into, as the demand grows, as the resources grow. The one stop is the aspirational goal that we are trying to get in Kingston. We heard from all of these people how there are lack of services in many different aspects, in many different fields of medicine. But if we make it so that healthcare is attractive to enter again, this is the goal of providing that one-stop shop for all things, instead of having to go to Toronto for your particular healthcare clinic's needs, which is something that happens, right? Specialists are all over there. But if you don't have a family doctor, you don't even have access to what is available. And what we're looking for in this clinic, super clinic, is to make more and more services available. And it is a hard thing. Anything new and innovative is hard, but worth it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ships.
Further on that, in regards to the diagnostic machines that would be sought, who would be purchasing these? Would the city be?
Councillor McLaren.
No, that is the entire point of it. We are the landlords. So these diagnostic machines are paid for by the province. They have committed billions of extra dollars for this, which they haven't released yet. We should be ready to receive them as soon as they are available. Healthcare is paid for by the province. So these diagnostic machines would be paid for by the province. What we provide is the space to put them in. If the space isn't there, they won't be coming here. We provide the space at a lower cost because we're a nonprofit organization compared to a profitable one. And the numbers that we're talking about here are paid for by the province. The numbers that were presented up there, the operating costs, those were supposed to be part of the province's funding. Why? Because if you take half of those, which is what is going to go with the periwinkle thing, then half of those increases should be expected to be paid for by us now. But it's not going to happen. That's the whole point. Those numbers that you put up there are the operating costs that are funded by the province, not the landlord costs. The extra costs are going to be put into the lease payments, amortized over a long period of time. It is not going to cost us anything beyond what is already earmarked in the budget.
Councillor Shaves.
Sorry, I'm a little confused right now because if I'm not mistaken, when we build a new hospital, the province is not responsible for the equipment going in. The actual municipality or the hospital has to cover that cost. Is that not true? So that's not quite a true statement?
I mean, I'm not sure if is that question directed to city staff or?
Whoever knows the answer.
Okay, well, I mean, I can confirm that certainly from the last hospital ask that, yes, capital was funded, so the local share, 10%, but on equipment, 100% from the local municipality.
Okay, so, thank you. Are we the only municipality experiencing this medical professional crisis?
So I appreciate the open questions, but I feel it's difficult to know who should respond to that.
Okay. Oh, I think we already know the answer, so I'll keep going. So do we know how medical professionals are actually needed to make this facility fully operational if it was 100%? Do we have any idea? Take that as a no. Okay.
CEO Hurdle, do you want to wade into that, or?
Thank you, and through you. I was actually maybe going to offer some comments to the first question. I'm sorry, I'm not hearing the questions really well, so I apologize. I think your first question was, are we the only municipality that's facing a healthcare crisis? And the answer, obviously, based on everything we're seeing across the board and the fact that this is one of the number one issue across the province and the country, I would say absolutely not.
Okay, thank you. So we're not sure how many medical professionals are needed to make this fully operational. Now, been told that this is going to be a progress thing. So what happens with the unused space as it would sit empty? And in regards to the rent that we'd be charging, are we charging this to a flat rate or for the portion that's open, because that would be a financial issue, because if we don't have a fully functional facility, that means we're not getting the revenues to cover the costs that we had. So.
Councillor McLaren?
Thank you. When you lower the cost of renting something out or leasing something, it attracts people. That's how we're getting periwinkle here. This happens to every other clinic. If they're willing to come here, get better service, at better costs, with a better price, they will come because it makes business sense to come.
Thank you. That's well and good, but there's no guarantee that this will be full. So currently, we have a current plan, which is 3 stages: transitional housing, community center, and a medical clinic that is fully ready, staffed, and equipped, open to operate immediately once we have the facility ready. Is that correct?
CEO Hurdle.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct.
And what is the expected patient load from this clinic?
CEO Hurdle.
Thank you, and through you, Ms. Mayor. The information we were provided is that it would serve between 8,000 to 10,000 patients.
So that will make a large dent in our unpatient population.
CEO Hurdle.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it would reduce our unattached patient wait list.
And then we could actually copy this model in other locations within the city.
CEO Hurdle.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I think that would be complicated, and the reason why I'm saying that is because this particular clinic has been publicly funded, which means it's a different model than what some of the fee-for-service are based on. So I would say it took about 2 or 2.5 years of advocacy at the provincial level for this clinic to be funded, and not advocacy from the city, but from people that are fairly well connected in the healthcare sector. So I'm not sure that it would be very easy to get this kind of model somewhere else.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this motion has no concrete plan. Motion similar to this usually ask staff to investigate and report back to council with their findings. This is just an idea which has more questions than answers. I would not disagree with the fact that we have a doctor shortage crisis. However, it's not only crisis we are facing. The city has declared a climate crisis. We also have a housing and homeless crisis. I'm going to throw another one in there, roads. 60% of our roads are classified as fair to worse. The reason why is because previous councils for approximately 20 years have put a lower priority on roads and diverted funds to other priorities. The same thing is being suggested here regarding our homeless situation. The homeless will become more dire if this motion passes. We can't have all our eggs in one basket. We cannot only concentrate on only one issue. We have to tackle all issues at the same time, bit by bit, until we have resolved them all. We currently have a viable action plan. One that includes a medical clinic, which is able to accommodate up to 10,000 new patients and up to 35 transitional units in a space where community partners can utilize it to facilitate programs for the community. As already mentioned, there is more questions than answers. There is no plan. There is no total cost associated with this motion. There is no plan with recruiting medical professionals. This is like being asked to have faith. Trust me. Well, when it comes to city funds and operations, I don't make decisions on faith. I need concrete evidence. It's like signing a blank check, and I don't sign blank checks. As such, I am vehemently opposed to this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Councillor Amos.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson, through you. I just want to say thanks to all the presenters, and I know it's been a hard night presenting and telling your stories, and it's not gone unheard, so I want to pass that along. I have 3 children of my 6 that age 24, 26, and 30, and their partners that live in the Kingston region, and they don't have a doctor. So I understand what you're saying. Our strategic plan even bring this forward with council priorities carrying an inclusive community. Item 4.3, increase access to healthcare professionals and services. In 2022 and the summer of 2023, I knocked and talked to a large number of constituents in the Portsmouth district, and the conversation was clear. We need more doctors. Can the city help? Also in 2022 and the summer of 2023, I had an overwhelming concern from constituents on people living all over the city in tents and individuals and families with no permanent home. Our council plan also includes council priorities, support housing affordability. Item 1.1, promote increased supply and affordability of housing. Increase overhaul supply of housing in all forms, price points, and tenures to the degree that we are able. We as a council voted unanimously to approve this strategic plan that includes both supportive housing and retention of family doctors. We have people without a doctor, years without a doctor. 3 of my kids, for well over 8 years, have not had a doctor. We have people without a permanent home and no hope of a home. This motion would remove the possibility of doing both. How does one choose? I choose both. I cannot support this motion at this time.
Okay, thank you. Next is Councillor Stephen.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson. Thanks to everyone who came out tonight and shared your stories with us. You dug into some trauma there, truly. We felt it, and you've been through a lot. And I want to acknowledge that you're right. I think everyone around this table agrees. Our community has a huge problem with a lack of family physicians and associated medical professionals. And as so many of you indicated, family physicians are the gateway to our healthcare system. And too many Kingstonians and indeed Ontarians are being denied access. I sincerely hope you will reach out to Joan, who spoke tonight, with the Ontario Health Coalition. You're exactly the kind of voices that that group needs to take to Queen's Park. She sent me the email address after she spoke. If you're interested, it's kingstonhealthcoalition@gmail.com. Please do reach out, because the more voices that come together, the more impactful we can all be. So in addition to our need for primary care here in Kingston, we have a need for housing for everyone. And I want to address some disinformation that's out there that the ICH is going to be moving to 309 Queen Mary Road. Just as an example of the impact that this has had on local residents, one person who spoke tonight has sent council over 400 emails telling us not to move the ICH to 309 Queen Mary Road. But the information about that move isn't true, and it's been stated. To be crystal clear, the city has no plan to move the ICH or CTS, otherwise known as Safe Injection Site, to 309 Queen Mary Road. That was never even entertained as an option. To the people who are looking for legal assurances of this statement, there is now a binding covenant on the property that has been signed by the city and the adjacent Grenville Park Co-op, stating exactly that. No ICH, no CTS. It's not happening. The disinformation and controversy around this property has completely drowned out the fact that primary care is already part of the plan. As council, we have an obligation to consider all the information available so we can fulfill our commitments and make decisions that are in the best interest of the entire community. And Councillor Ridge has done some calculations for us, and the numbers are absurd. The province isn't going to cough up that money. I don't feel confident that they will. And our strategic plan came from the community during the municipal election. We all heard from constituents. The issue of medical doctors, absolutely, but also housing affordability and homelessness. And we know that supportive transitional housing is a critical piece of some people's housing solution. So I agree with Councillor Chinani. We should be looking to exceed our goals, not lower them partway through our term. We committed to those. Removing transitional housing from this plan is a non-starter for me, and I cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, would you take the chair?
I will, Mayor Patterson, and I recognize you.
Thank you. I know it's been said, but I too want to thank everyone that came out tonight. The stories were heart-wrenching about the need for more access to primary care, more family doctors. I think what shocked me the most was during the last municipal election, of all the issues that I heard at the door, I mean, this issue was over the top. Like it was so concerning to me about just how broken the current system is. We know that there's a large wait list. Now, my understanding is that we are now one of the few communities whose wait list for doctors is finally going down. And I'm just wondering if staff could just provide a very brief summary about why that would be. Why is it that we are seeing a reduction in the wait list for family doctors here in Kingston? Deputy Mayor, I believe CAO Hurdle
I'm
would like
sorry
to-
about that, Mayor Patterson. Yes. Do we have someone who can respond to that?
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor. So I will start and invite my colleague Craig Desjardins to jump in, as he's been leading, obviously, this work. So council will recall that, again, a few years ago, there was a commitment of $2 million that was made to help with recruitment of family physician. There were 17 family physicians that were recruited. Again, we saw a huge number of retirements during that period of time. And what we also saw is that new physicians were not taking the same kind of patient load as the previous physicians. So that was creating a gap. There's been, though, definitely a bit of a reduction in new patients taken on. I will actually let Mr. Desjardins speak to the additional efforts that are being made with the $1 million that council approved during budget. So I think there's some good news as well on that front.
Thank you. Go ahead, Craig. Mr. Desire.
Deputy Mayor, through you to Mayor Patterson, as CAO Hurdle mentioned, the attraction of 17 new family physicians has made a fairly significant impact. The challenge has been that we had a significant number of retirements of older doctors. We can confirm that from our data that more than 15,000 residents of Kingston either retained or got a new doctor over the last 2 years. We're also working very diligently to attract additional doctors for the periwinkle model. So there will be an additional 4 doctors that we're going to be announcing later this year that will service those 8,000 to 10,000 patients as part of the periwinkle. As CEO Hurdle was mentioning, one of the new programs that council approved, and council will recall that we came forward in March to detail the plan, was that we've been working very closely with local family doctors to address the issue of freeing up their time. Certainly the issue of paperwork submissions to the province has been a big drain on the family physician's time to actually meet and service the patients and residents. So the new family clinic grant was launched earlier in May. We've received 7 applications for that, and that funding is intended to actually be used to bring in additional allied health professionals like nurse practitioners, family physician assistants, scribes, other staff, to free up the doctor to see more patients. So as part of the funding, clinics are committed to actually adding a minimum of 1,000 new patients, rostered patients, to their roles, and that's something that we're going to see roll out later this summer. So looking at about another 6,000 new rostered patients before the end of the year.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for that. So this next question, I think, is a critical one, because we've been working in this space now for a couple of years. Is the physician shortage primarily a personnel problem or a space problem?
Happy to start that, and
Yes.
perhaps CEO Hurdle can follow up through you, Deputy Mayor, to Mayor Patterson. In all of our work over the last 2 years, the space issue has not been identified. This is a personnel, a human resource issue, having enough staff. And in fact, you know, the work that we've been doing, and a great majority of the doctors that we've attracted are actually young, recent graduates. Their interest is in being employees. They want to work 9 to 5. They want to have balance and quality of life. They're not looking to run clinics. They're not looking to deal with that. They're looking to be employees of models like the Periwinkle Clinic, like family health teams. And without sort of operational funding from the province that we were able to secure for Periwinkle, the ability to do that is not there.
Okay. So I think one of the things that we need to be clear on, so the plan that the city has been working on for Queen Mary Road, that I would have both a clinic component and some transitional housing. The clinic would be this Periwinkle Clinic, but to be clear, Periwinkle didn't come because of space. Periwinkle came because finally the provincial government stepped forward and agreed to fund it at $4.5 million a year. So we need to be really careful and really honest. At the end of the day, I'm a big believer in evidence-based policy, which means we really need to look carefully at the evidence to figure out what is it we should do. It's not a space problem, it's a personnel problem that the province needs to solve, and we are tweaking on the edges trying to accelerate that work. The other piece I think that's really important is to talk about, in the existing city plan, the transitional housing component is for people over the age of 55 with physical mobility issues and health challenges. These are people that right now are in the ER, and then they're discharged into homelessness, and then they go back into the ER, and then they're discharged back into homelessness. So if you wanted to say what's a holistic way to help improve the healthcare system in Kingston, it suggests to me that the best alternative is address the family physician shortage through the Periwinkle Clinic, which only needs half of Queen Mary Road, and provide transitional housing so that these individuals aren't going back into the ER and creating a lack of resources. Because I hear from as many people that can't find a family doctor is how long you have to wait when you go into the ER to see a doctor. So as has been said, it seems as though there's some idea that, okay, well, if we took away the transitional housing, could we do more on the family doctor front? No, it wouldn't actually help at all on the family doctor front. It would actually do less, because then we wouldn't be addressing this issue in the ERs, which is also a huge issue. And I think it's been said, I'll say something positive about the motion, is honest, right? It's very clear, right, that this is about reducing the amount of transitional housing or supportive housing solutions by like 36%. Well, I can tell you there are two critical crises that I hear about all the time: housing and healthcare. And I think we need to give space for this city plan that has been developed in partnership with the neighborhood association. The neighborhood association at Grenville Park, who themselves have given a green light to say that this is something that could be workable because we're going to have both components and they're meant to fit together, and it's a space that can be available to the public and be able to meet this other need as well, so that we can hit two priorities at once, it's been said by several around the table, which I think is absolutely bang on. So to be clear, this motion is basically to try to kind of stop that city plan that's been in process over the last few months from going forward. I think that's the wrong move. I think what we need to do instead is let this city plan come to fruition, have a discussion, hear from the public, and listen. For those of you that think that we're not listening, there has been a lot of changes to these plans over the last few months because of input from the community, input from neighbors. Lots has changed because we're trying to find something that fits. Obviously, as council, we want it to fit. But here we have something, you want to talk about synergies, Councilor McLaren, here we have synergies between family physicians and transitional housing people that need medical care. You're putting them in the same building, you're reducing pressure on the ER, you're meeting family physician needs. That's synergies right there. So I think we should give space for the city plan to develop. We'll allow for more input, concerns, address them, questions from the community, and then we'll move forward. So what I'm going to ask council to do is to turn down this motion and let's get back to work doing what we do each and every day. We're just finding reasonable, practical solutions to the challenges we see as a community and making a real difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I return the chair.
Okay, is there anybody else? Yes, next time, this is Councillor Toso.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson. Through you, I also would like to thank the delegations. I put forward a motion on March 5th begging the province to make us a high priority needs community for doctors, and that was supported by council. We need more family doctors critically. But I think there are, as people have highlighted, several problems with this motion. For one, Councillor Ridge, thank you. I think it is completely unfair to our citizens to ask them to have a tax increase of 6 to 8% on top of a 3.5% in an affordability crisis. That to me is a non-starter. It's expensive to fund healthcare. That's why it's so expensive, which is why it's a provincial and federal responsibility. I don't feel good going back to my constituents and saying you have to pay for healthcare 3 times through your federal tax dollars, your municipal, your provincial tax dollars, and your municipal property taxes. That's a no for me. It diagnoses the wrong problem, as Councillor Chinani said. There is space for a medical clinic if needed, and we've invested $2 million to attract new doctors. We could go bankrupt funding healthcare as a city if we wanted to throw all of our money at this. Let me be clear, I would not vote for something that I wouldn't accept in my own neighborhood. And I have voted for this in my own neighborhood. Within a block from where I'm raising my 2 kids, I voted for a 24-hour youth shelter in my own neighborhood, 2 blocks from where I'm living. I voted for an 18-bed transitional housing facility 2 blocks from where I live in Kings Court, run by AMHS of transitional housing. And 3 blocks from where I live, I voted for the city to purchase a warming shelter for people with acute mental health and addiction issues to sleep overnight. I voted for that in my backyard. I would not vote for this if I would not accept this in where I live, and I would. My objection to this motion is also mainly because it asks us to rethink our strategic plan. And that plan is shaped by you, the voters. It comes to what we heard from our campaign, and it sets our priorities. 2 of those priorities are to support housing affordability. The current plan has supportive and transitional housing. This motion seeks to dramatically reduce the number of affordable housing in our strategic plan, and I'm sorry, in an affordable housing crisis, that is unconscionable. The current proposal also has community space, which I believe will make our city more cohesive. I can imagine Loving Spoonful, the Senior Center, or even other programming being run there for the community. The city has even worked together, as Mayor Patterson said, with the Grenville Park Co-op. As part of this facility, we're building these ties. But our strategic plan is more than just a direction to city staff. There are values as council. They're the values of our city. They're the values we agreed upon unanimously at the start of our term and the principles through which we govern. If our principles are ignored at the first time of hardship or community blowback, then our principles are worthless and we will never achieve the goals that we set out when we were elected. I cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sun.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Thank you to all of my colleagues for speaking about this motion, and I want to thank you all the delegates, all the speakers. Like I said earlier, it's heart-touching stories and very true stories. The few things I want to share with you as a councillor, as a resident of the city of Kingston, and having business in that neighborhood from last 23 years. I believe the information, the wrong information was passed to the resident. First, I have seen protest against ICH and the other clinic. They were assuming that they're coming there. And every time I go by, I see that why these residents are protesting, and then when it's nothing in consideration and nothing in discussion. Then we figure out that, and you guys learned that, all the residents learned that it's no clinic coming up. Now is this idea is presented to you. And you heard from the council, from the mayor, from the staff, that the facility will be used for three things. To me, it's not fair to take money from the people in need, from one group, give it to the other group. Fair is to treat both groups together. Like we are, as many of you know, this council has been working to look into this issue for the family physician. Even it's not our jurisdiction. Even it's not municipal responsibility. I have presented motion for $1 million more during this budget, that's the last budget we presented, saying that we cannot ignore our community and our resident suffering with the shortage of family physician. Even it's not our job, it's not our duty. We will continue to support in our capacity, and we did. As you heard from the Craig Desjardins and the CEO, that city is working on it. My fellow citizen, we assure you that you're not alone. We're not ignoring you. We are working, but we have to work in our boundaries. This plan is presented, has no concrete number in there. I wish that all of you were speaking there have a list that, okay, this is these many numbers of the doctor in queue, they want to come here, they will join us next month or 2 months or next year if we have that facility ready. None of you have those numbers. Every comment I heard this tonight about this plan, it was we can, we can, but not we will. We can. What happened if we couldn't? What happened if we couldn't get the money from the province? We're assuming that can happen. Then I can tell you that we will get the doctor. Every one of you will have a doctor. Would you believe me? I'm not telling you where I'm going to get the doctor from. But as a counselor, I can assure you, we will get the doctor. Stay with us. Support us. We will get the doctor. Every Kingstonian will have a family physician. Is that true? No, it's not. Because I'm not presenting you a concrete plan that how I'm going to get the doctor. So I just urge all of you, don't take that this council decision is to the wrong direction. We are here to help. We will continue to help. But this plan has nothing in there. It's just based on, assumption, and guessing that we can do this, we can do that. The current plan city proposing, all we've been sharing with you, it's a 3 portion into it. Doctors come in. We also helping to deal with the homelessness, and we also providing space to the community, whether it's the senior, the youth, or any age, any demographic. That 309 Queen Mary will be used very wisely. And none of you will regret that. We have a wrong plan for it. But leaving this one just for the super clinic, we don't know when we're going to fill it up. And I am agree with that. I've been working on the family physician from a year and a half as a counselor, talking to my fellow counselors, staff, and people around.
30 seconds, Councillor.
I never heard that it's the doctor don't want to come here or doctor leaving because they have no space. We never heard that. We only heard that it's not enough doctor, as Councillor Glenn said. If it's 100+ doctor graduated and we need more than that, how many doctors we're going to get and how many years it will take us? So please stay with us. We will help you and we will not leave you, but this plan has.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Okay, Councillor Bohm, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. There's not a whole lot that hasn't been said tonight. I know from my own experience going through, the second you have any type of hands-on clinic expansion, you're going to start having a lot higher capital costs. All your electrical has to be run differently. There's ceiling ventilation codes. So, I mean, just on the capital side alone, there's a lot of hidden costs here that have not been factored in. Councillor Tozo said a lot of things about how this is, going to be something that offers a lot of different things for a lot of different people. It's something that I think, we have to really look at all the different strategic priorities that we have. I don't think we can get into the nitty gritty and start picking the winners and losers. We have so many needs in our community. Some other concerns I have about this is how do we have a shortage of healthcare providers? Sure, we definitely do. Nobody denies that. So to all the people that took the time tonight to advocate, to lobby for this, it's not lost on us the amount of effort that you put into this. The problem is we simply are not the right level of government to solve this. And it's been said by Councillor Rich before. Essentially, you need to take all those efforts and you need to focus them towards your provincial MPPs, because that is where these decisions have funding. That is where these decisions are made. That is where the real change has to come from. Municipalities, as much as we want to, can never band-aid the problems that exist in our healthcare system right now. We can't. We will simply bankrupt ourselves, and then we will fail our own tasks of providing other needed services to our cities that we're responsible for. So we can't just, every now and then mosey into somebody else's jurisdiction, because we simply don't have the jurisdiction. We simply don't have the funding. We simply don't have the means to make this sustainable. What good would we do the city if we funded this for even, say, 1 year? And in the end, this time next year, or maybe even in the next council, they have to come back and say, hey guys, amazing idea, but we've got to close up shop now and everybody has to find somewhere else to go because we just can't sustain it. And the province never, decided to fund this. For the last 25 years or more, higher levels of government have been downloading things onto municipalities. And frankly, it's unsustainable. The affordable housing file, it's like, here's $100 million. And when it runs out, what are you going to do? And then taxes go up and taxes go up. So to say that there's no tax increase with this, I just find that unfathomable. There's always going to be a tax increase. There's only one taxpayer at the end of the day. We pay municipal, provincial, federal, every kind of tax. It all comes from the same source. It's us as taxpayers. I also think, there's skilled trade shortages that we're going to have to look at. There's shortages in mental health. So I'm not sure that as a city, we can decide to wade into this and provide supports and services for just, general physicians or healthcare providers without all of a sudden having requests from all these other resources. Maybe there's a carpenter out there and we need skilled trades to build these new houses and they don't know how to run a business. So then all of a sudden now is the city going to set up, some sort of system for them to access the city's HR? Or, there's a psychologist out there that need help finding resources to run their business. So I'm just not sure where it ends at this point. I think it sets a dangerous precedent. The city has its responsibilities. We have our own costs. We have an HR department that does work for the city. If we start going out into all these different areas that do need supports, then I'm not sure where it ends. All of a sudden, do we have a city government that's now acting, as a provincial and federal government, but with very limited resources and to the ultimate detriment of all of our citizens, because it's just not sustainable. So I would encourage everybody who came out tonight. We definitely heard you. We're going to do what we can. And I would encourage you to do what you can, which is to contact the provincial MPPs and the Minister of Health and let them know your concerns. sign petitions, activate at the right level of government where that change can actually be more effective. That's what I would ask of everybody. Thank you.
Okay, so every member of council has spoken. So Councillor McLaren gets the last word, but before we do that, just looking at our time, I need a motion from council to extend the meeting to complete the agenda. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Tozo, second by Councillor Stephen. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Okay, Councillor McLaren, you have the last word.
Thank you. There's a lot of misunderstandings here, a lot of numbers that were inaccurate, little claims that this will be exactly what it's not. We are in our lane, exactly what the city can do. We're not funding healthcare. Saying that is just wrong and misunderstanding everything that's been said. But there's other considerations. Access to healthcare is the social determinant of health. If you are poor and if you are rich and you don't have access to a doctor, you are in the same boat. The world that we live in right now, the social determinants of health all pass through access to medical health. There is a vulnerable group in our society, 38,000 Kingstonians, soon to be 53,000 Kingstonians. In fact, we're all vulnerable, but some of us more so than others, because if we get sick, those with a family doctor have a better chance of survival. Consider the cancer rates in Canada. You can look them up online right now, those of you who are on your computer. 2 in 5 will get cancer. Looking around this horseshoe, that's 4 to 5 of us. If you have a family doctor and it gets caught in stage 1, you have a much better chance of survival than if it gets caught in stage 4 at the emergency room. We are all vulnerable, but some of us pay a higher price, a much higher price. This is a health equity issue. As long as there are people who do not have family doctors, we are perpetuating an inequality. Mr. Mayor, you were talking about an inequality a few moments ago and how we might go down the wrong way, treating people differently. We are. And by refusing to look at a possible solution, because you have heard some disinformation by some of us around here, you are perpetuating that. Cancer rates in Canada, 2 in 5. There's 38,000 people right now without a family doctor. 2/5 of that, 15,200 in Kingston. This is that vulnerable group. In 2 years, with 53,000, that group is now 21,000. This is a huge health inequality group. Ask yourselves, what does primary care do? It does pay dividends if you can prevent people from not getting into the ER. It pays dividends down the road if you can keep people from mental breakdowns that cause them to lose their job and then their homes. It keeps them employed if you can treat chronic pain or chronic injuries early before they lose their job and then your house. And I recently took a course in epigenetics at the university level. Access to healthcare is critical for maintaining health across generations. Epigenetics deals with not gene changes, but epigene changes that can be transferred to 3 generations. We are talking about health outcomes for 3 generations at least by voting this down. We talked about changing a person's life direction. How many more people? We're talking about 20,000 in this particular building alone, in addition to the Periwinkle Clinic. The notion that we have to pay for that is just not right. We don't. It is funded by the province, as you should all know. There are many who are suffering from undiagnosed illnesses who do not have a family doctor. These are the people who are most in need of this.
30 seconds.
And this was an opportunity to position ourselves for when the other medical practitioners come here. They're coming. Yeah, it takes a while because it takes at least 4 years to train them. They've started the training process. It starts off small and grows. Of course, the first year is going to be smaller. It always is, the first cohort. It's expanding. But we're not going to take that, are we?
Okay, thank you, Councillor McLaren. Okay, so we will call the vote on new motion number 1. All those in favor? Opposed? And that loses by a vote of 2 to 11. Councillor McLaren and Councillor Osanek in the minority. Okay, we have no other new motions this evening. Are there any notices of motion? No? Okay. Madam Clerk, ask for minutes, please.
Moved by Councillor Baum, seconded by Councillor Osterhoff, that the minutes of City Council meeting 15-2024 held Tuesday, May 21st, 2024 be confirmed.
All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. We have some tabling of documents, a number of communications. Is there any other business? There's a lot of other business. Okay, so first I'm going to go to Councillor Glenn on the screen.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just going to remind everyone that June is the Participation Community Challenge, and we're participating in Kingston. So I'm going to ask you just to promote this. What it means for us is we're just encouraging our community to get out, get active. Every activity counts. So it could be walking, it could be gardening, it could be golfing, washing the car. Please log your hours in at participaction.com. The community with the most number of activity hours per capita will win $100,000. Given our healthcare conversation today, I think it's also important that we just encourage physical activity to keep everybody healthy. So I'm just going to ask for the community's support, and let's see if we can win $100,000 and do something really positive here in the community with it. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Councillor Tozo, I saw you next.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson. Through you, I will just mention 2 things very briefly. First, I'd like to thank Councillor Hassan for the diversity dinner he put on a few weeks ago. 400 people attended. That was 400. That was amazing. Thank you, Councillor Hassan, for that great dinner. I always enjoy it. It's great to meet for the continued philanthropic work you do for the community. Second is the Inclusive Play Project is this week, Saturday, at Shannon Park. I'd just like to remind everybody in the community. And third, if I could just sneak it in, happy Pride Month, everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Stephen.
Thank you, Mayor Patterson. Hopping on what Councillor Glenn said, June is a popular month. It's also Sustainable Transportation Month. For more information, I can't talk, it's late. Please go to sustainablekingston.com. It is the commuter challenge this week. I will be challenging you next year, so just this is your year heads up. Also, it's National Indigenous History Month. There are a lot of things happening in the community for this. You can check out the public library for more information and lots of other community organizations. And finally, thank you, Councillor Tozo. It is Pride Month. Happy Pride to all those who celebrate, and I hope we will see lots of people out in the community. Check out kingstonpride.com for more information. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other business? Okay. With that, Madam Clerk, ask for bylaws, please.
Moved by Councillor Osanek, seconded by Councillor McLaren, that bylaws 1, 2, 6, and 7 be given their first and second reading.
All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried.
Moved by Councillor Osanek, seconded by Councillor McLaren, that bylaws 1, 2, 5, and 7 be given their third reading.
All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Motion to adjourn, please. Moved by Councillor Janani, seconded by Councillor Stephen. All those in favor? Opposed? And we are adjourned. Thanks very much, everybody.